You ain't got time for dueling? You do now, where you going? You ain't got time for dueling? Well, you better make time! Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my God! Huge comeback from 1! Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, whew, man, it is Friday night. Bill, hold on. This friggin' guy. Ladies, bear with me. Technical difficulties here. It's Friday. We're not used to jamming and slamming like this. God. At least Bill isn't. He usually doesn't wake up much before 6 p.m. anyways on Fridays. We work him hard during the week. So, anyways, what's up? How's it going, everyone? Wicked One Ball, Nimrod, JLK Odin, Nightfall, what's up, my dude? Philyac, Benkai. Holy. Guys, welcome in, man. Happy Friday to you. Appreciate your patience as we pushed the date back for this. Due to Thanksgiving in America, you know, we have a lot of American savages, such as Go Gators, such as myself, you know, and then we have also Cooley, we have the Top In, we have whoever's on God, the Bounty Hunter, all these guys, straight American gladiator heroes in the DFC. So, yeah. Long story short, we pushed it back a little bit. In all seriousness, had a little bit of a holiday yesterday, so thank you guys for being here on such a weird day. But hey, Friday night fights, man. We're going all night. We're jamming it. We've got a hell of a card, man. We've got the technically the first ever death match at the top. Very interested to see how this one will go. I think these guys had actually they might have taken a vote in the Discord and decided to do an NVD mirror, NECVDIN mirror. The reason it wasn't initially set up for that is because the champ still has a very significant advantage in a mirror. So what we did initially was set it up as a death match so that while the class is disadvantaged, Serenity has lost to some top necks before, you know, but he would have what's considered a fair chance. I hope these guys didn't swap it. But, you know, I think it'll be a good match either way if it is death match. If they did go NECVDIN mirror, hey, man, is what it is. But that's what it was supposed to be, all right? Death match at the top to hopefully iron out some of the wrinkles in fairness in matchups and also add some real tenseness to it. The fact that Toshank made a post to change it, I was like, this guy's, he's fucking scared of this death match. He's fucking scared of it. You know, we know. I see you, Toshank. I had you a little bit, I had you sweating there. All right, but I honestly think it's still probably a win for Toshank if it's deathmatch. You know, but either way, mirror, and let me explain that a bit. The reason the mirror is still an advantage for the champ is because of the concept of champ advantage. You cannot tie and win a title, right? So if in the event of a tie, the champ wins. Therefore, since we don't go into overtime, if the champ starts out on any class and 3-0s, that's it. It's over. The best his opponent could do is hope to tie. So in which case, that's why it's not completely random as to how we set things up in the DFC. That a little bit of thought behind it. But regardless, whatever you guys decided to do, I'm sure it'll be a fun match to watch. So yeah, it'll be good. But then, of course, we've got Root making a big appearance, making a big comeback. This guy's showing up in Melee tonight, HLD, and you know what? We're just happy to see him back. Whoever made the card gave him a title shot. I don't know why, and put him on anything. Holy shit! Yeah, so they're trying to get rid of my title, man. Whoever's setting these up, they're trying to get rid of it. Putting Root, newcomer. We don't know anything about this guy besides he's just a savage, DFC legend himself. Oh yeah, no, Toshank, I totally get you, man. By the way, what's up, Punch? Yeah, it's gonna be a savage card. And you know one thing also that we didn't see a lot of on previous cards, Max actually brought this up in the mod chat, and I'm kind of happy to see it. And that is more mirrors, more actual mirrors, not like the swapping mirrors. I'll go Neck, you go Dan, I'll go Drew, you go Sin or whatever, and then they swap it up. Actual mirrors where we see Zon v Zon, Barb v Barb, and we have some pretty savage players on the card that we've matched up like that this week, because it is very interesting to see. Doesn't necessarily do anything for the data if they're on the same build, but it's something that we've typically dodged in the past, all because a lot of times people consider them to be asinine, with one build matched up against the other, unless it's like VTPK, and in which case, or SVS, also very enjoyable. But regardless, we've thrown a few of those on the card tonight. Just straight mirrors that are usually miserable. I don't think anybody would agree to a Sin v Sin, but was hoping to throw one of those together. We'll just see how it all shakes out, man. But regardless, we've got some savages. We've got Clint v Root up at HLD. Foozer Man, we put him on Sin or Sork. I think he signed up on Sin. Either way, didn't want to pigeonhole this guy. I know he's jumped in wanting to jam on his Sorceress. Look, you have the option, sir. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that picture right there, that little Sorceress. All right, you could use the Sin too. All right, whichever subpar non-din race you wanna choose. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. He will be going up against Sogi. Epic battle between both of those guys. Go Gators versus Riz, the other death match on the card right here. Now, Go Gators, assumedly, is going to be on a Wind Druid here, and Riz. I don't know how this got swapped, but originally signed up on a Sin, got put on Hybe Sin, mainly I think because we assumed he's probably just going to be on that, as he plays on that quite frequently these days. But he's technically allowed any Sin in the matchup, and that's why it's a death match. He could theoretically, in these Friday night fights, go back to his roots and really push the pressure with a Ghost. And a death match might just be that scenario that brings that out, because now that we've seen people like Polytheist, we've also seen we've seen Gators do this behind the scenes too, and that is run a Wind Druid or any sort of Druid variant with a max block setup with Spirit, with actual Spirit Monarch Shield, dumping 360 plus points into Dexterity so that they can enjoy max block. That is a thing, sort of a new meta, I guess, in some matchups in the DFC. We're going to see if he does it here. He probably will have to, regardless of what Riz brings to the table. But that is the death match. Go Gators with his back against the ropes. We're going to see how it goes. And then, speaking of mirrors, we've got the legendary Barb player, Hasha. He wasn't too happy about this one. Going up, Shields, BVB, going up against Julvan. But you know what? I happen to find this match pretty fun. There's a lot of strategy involved in it. And as I'm sure you'll see tonight with these legendary players, Julvan also nasty in his own right. We're hoping these guys put on a show and at least give us a look into something that we don't always see. So that being said, let's get into the arena. Let's check it out. Guys, happy Friday to you. Thanks for joining me. Let's kick some ass today. Holy. Welcome, welcome. In search of Barb v Neck, Barb v Druid next week. Send help. Dude, I'm in search of kicking some ass in Melee here too, man. I might actually have to fire up my account. I was so pumped. I was supposed to be on the card with a Melee match, but, you know, last minute corrections slash incorrect pulling of the card. I think that was all Bill's fault. Wasn't mine at all. Wasn't mine. All Bill's fault. We had to redo the card. So I was pumped that I had a Melee match, looking to try out my new weapon that Nightfall hooked it up with. And dude, I'm just looking to cave some people's heads in. That's it. By the way, Max, what's up? Waiting for Barb v Barb fighting championship? Balrog v Balrog? I think that would be a funny match, man. We could technically pull it off, Max. I mean, we technically could. Yeah, dude, this whole card is pretty savage, man. We've got Jeff P and Wubbs. These guys new to the DFC. These guys going to be going up against each other. First of all, my apologies, because usually we don't do that. If two people are new, it makes sense on the card to put them together because they have the same record in the DFC. But I typically don't like to do that because then you get matched up against someone who might also not be familiar with the DFC, so you're both kind of like feeling it out together. It's good to kind of have a buddy system of someone that's been in it before to go up against. So first of all, my apologies. But if this is your first time in the DFC, you're wondering what to do, you'll see us chilling in the Discord now. If you're a member of the Discord, if not, check the description of this video, jump in there, and you'll see us in the Join the Stream channel. All you got to do, link up with your opponent, get in a game, and once you guys are ready to duel, just one of you guys share your screen, and that lets us know you're ready to go. We'll pull it up, check out your duel, and have the pleasure of commentating it. So should be good. Jin Shin versus Squig's going to be an epic one. I can't imagine this guy's going to go on the sin that he signed up on, but he technically has the option to against Jin Shin. I would hope to see him on a neck here. I think it would actually still be a very tough battle for him, even though technically neck has the advantage. Jin Shin is just top of the top. This guy is... There's very few Zans better than this guy. Julvan also going up against Jammy Jams in some Barb v Sin. Montrayana is back versus Butter, who is also back. These guys going up against each other in a Barb v Neck matchup. LPC versus Lamp, SVS. That's going to be nasty. Polytheist versus Dazer. I'm hoping this one works out. I assumed probably Polytheist, there's a chance he would have the day off today and be able to make this work, but if not, it probably will be difficult to make happen because it's going to be so late for Dazer that I doubt we're going to see it at the typical time that Polytheist would get out of work. But either way, I'm actually pretty pumped about this one, man. Dazer versus Poly. We've never seen this. We've never made this happen because these guys are dueling from different sides of the planet. We're talking Western United States versus EU, man. So this will happen in an East game, and who knows how it's going to go. Polytheist with his new setup, being able to take out just about anybody on this Druid, man, and he certainly will have a huge challenge with Dazer, and right back at Dazer. This guy always finds a way, man. That's the slogan of Polytheist. He always finds a way. It's inspirational what he does with that Shaman Druid, man. And of course, we've got Punch. Punch versus Javito. Barb v Druid. Can Javito pull it off? He's certainly got himself a big test. All right. Punch is laying down the casters and just stacking them up, man. We're going to see if he can do it versus one of the most savage duelers ever. Javito PvP. Bankai versus Root in Melee. God, I love seeing this guy back in every single sense of the word, man. Root back in Melee going up against Bankai. The champion, you might have noticed, is sort of, you know, she's on holiday, all right? Champions can take breaks. Champions can take holidays, all right? It's just how it is. and that's what she's doing. She's probably out on the beach somewhere, snow-covered beach, maybe. Who knows what those wolf druids do. From there, just sipping on some margaritas and enjoying the time off. Green Lungs versus Wolf Barb. Speaking of wolves, we've got True Barb versus Trans Barb. The Wolf Barb going up against Green Lungs. Both these guys should be a pretty nasty showdown in Melee. Then Jin Shin versus Nightfall. This is going to be very interesting. Nightfall, probably one of the most reigning dominant champions in all of DFC Melee history. Jin Shin recently coming off from owning the title, only getting felled by Mildred Werecat. Now these guys meet for the first time in at least a very long time, I think, to really test their mettle against each other and see who will be next knocking on that door to get that title back. Gonna be epic. Then Nim versus Hasha. And you know what? This is what I say, man. I'm actually pretty fired up about Melee. I got myself a new weapon now that I didn't get to use this week. So hopefully we get to throw down and try some of that stuff out, you know? We're gonna see how it goes. Hopefully get some duels jamming and slamming. And just see how it works out. Now, in case you're not familiar, all right, let's take a look at these things. In case you're not familiar with the basic rules of dueling, well, look, I've got news for you, man. It's all pretty simple. We've put it together in a relatively easier to read format. Kinda. I mean, it looked like a lot of shit, but you should have seen the legal document beforehand, all right? As you guys might know, no mercs, no using corpses, lates, and all of that shit. Say go. You know, mana pots, arrows, stamina only. Rep life is capped at 40, all right? Yeah, the true duelers know how to rep to full, all right? Slows target by X% is capped at 25, way more than most rule sets. And then you can kind of check out under banned skills what's going on with that. You don't really see that a lot. It's not something that comes up as a discussion point because the skills are banned, and you know, so are the items. But you know, just so that you kind of have a good understanding, and then some basic sword rules there that obviously change based on the matchup. But that is a very basic run through of this. And holy shit, man, what a night it's going to be! A night of sheer and utter din violence, along with some Zans in there too. Yeah, man, that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. Oh, I wanted to show off official rankings too. That's what I wanted to do. I don't feel like we show this off enough during the stream, and then it gets like the only thing that's out there publicly is the soundboard or the data studio board. And I feel like the official rankings go without being seen for long periods of time. So, you know, don't mind this little unofficial looking rankings. These are very official, all right? Got Toshank at the top, Polytheist, Serenity, Dazer, Jinshin, Go Gators, LPC, Sogi, Foozerman, Muchez, and Squigs. Those guys all in the top 10, with of course Toshank being the champ, man. This is, it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. It's quite a competitive top 10, I gotta say. It's, man, you better be on your game, because if you ain't, these guys gonna put you down. By the way, what's up, P-Waw, Taz? Aos of Spate. What up, what up? All right, guys, we've got the LLD up here in the background, but you know, we're actually gonna swap over to Melee here. I think I'm gonna get ready until we get some duels going in the Discord, which I see some people loading up, getting ready to jam. But just in case there's a little bit of a delay here, we're gonna fire this up. I'm gonna get the Melee dueler going. You got to see this new weapon, man. You gotta see it. We even named it. We even named it because we on one like that, dude. It's pretty savage. It's probably, I don't think I'm ever swapping weapons from here on out. I think this is just basically it. Let's get down there and check it out, man. All right, I'm in Jack 1-1. This is a normal game. And this is usually where all the melee duels happen. This is where they all go down. Let's see here. I think the game's good. Look at this. Look at this beast, man. Look at this thing. Lucille. On a character named Negan, we've got Lucille. It's a spiked bat. We get to cave mofos' heads in with a spiked bat. Man, it feels good. Is good. And holy shit. All right, I guess we can't, for the purposes of this match, we can't use Fortitude, but we were set up to be using that, all right? Just want to let you know, we were set up for that. We were going to slam. All right, what have we got here? Oh, throw down right here. All right, here we go. Oh, holy shit, what is this? What is Nim smacking with here? We couldn't even hit him. We got 99%'d right out the gate. Holy shit. 99%'d. All right, that was obviously just a fluke. Obviously, that was a fluke. Hold on. As soon as we connect, though, I mean... As soon as we connect with this thing, it's going to be pretty bad. All right, hold on. We got to make a swap. We got to make some swaps, man. It's a bit ridiculous. We're gonna give up some IAS, I think. No, we can get it back. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. We're not connecting. We need to do some things. All right, here we go. All right, more IAS is mo better. We'll obviously hit more.
Time to die.
I mean, we hit once more. All right, so clearly this game is bugged because the Negan Lucille should be just straight. Obviously, that's a hack in the game, basically. So the game should be bugged, I would guess. It's the only way Nimrod would beat this thing. You mean to tell me he's going to be beating that? Hell no. Hell no. All right, we got to do the strat. All right, who's up for some HLD, man? Who's up for HLD? We got to get some of that in there, or LLD, some good old practice.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, yeah, this is. Oh, a bear. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, he's got thorns. He's got bramble with the thorns. Okay, all right. Yeah, all right. Yes, good duels. Good duels, man. All right, this was fun. All right, who's up for some HLD? HLD, LLD. While we wait for the matches to start throwing down. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Toe Shank is live. Would you look at that? By the way, what's up, Bruno? After taking us away from finals last week, you suffer in public. God damn it. I thought this was going to be way better than it is, man. Holy shit, I was pretty pumped about that, but yeah, that's all right. We've got some more work to do on that, apparently. That's it's not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. We need to do something with this. All right. Oh, would you look at this though? Toe Shank throwing down, get ready to go live here. These guys going to be part of the first epic battle of the night. This is going to be, I think, the mirror right here. This is going to be the mirror between Toshank and Serenity. This is going to be, this is where it's at, man. Let's get fucking ready. In this corner, we've got Toshank. These guys just looks like flooding the moor with some mana pots here, getting this duel set up, getting it ready to go. Toshank, just look at this. He's mentally doing his. He's practicing. He's gearing up here. He's going to be on. He's starting on Smite. I actually like that because if we talked about the champ advantage thing, right? And if these guys do engage in a mirror, it would actually be far more impressive to see Toshank on Smite first. Because Smiter, at the highest of the highest levels, okay, they say that the Smiter is disadvantaged in this matchup. This is, it's very tough. I mean, theoretically, if that Necro doesn't want to get hit, he really doesn't have to, man. There's a lot of evasive ways, evasive tricks that the Necro has under his belt. And he doesn't really have to get hit. Now, he can be harassed by FOH from the outside. However, tough strategy, man. For sure. JLK, dude. Hey, man. Big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much for the 2 spot. The first ever super chat, brother. I'm so happy you sent it this way, man. Thank you so much. Big like on that. And don't forget to put a like on the stream. Sends the message to the YouTube algorithm and lets them, it actually lets them know they shouldn't really be watching any other Diablo 2 live stream right now because the DFC is on. Throws it in front of their televisions, lets them know. Big cheers, JLK. Thank you so much, man. Cooley was the first dude who trusted me. 10,000%. Dong. My boy, an easy decision, dude. Dong, one hell of a guy. Yeah, we're here on a Friday night now, man. Holy, look at this. 100% perfect Spirit Sacred Tears. El Sacred Tears. Man, I'm fired up. Din violence right away. It really doesn't get much better than that. And look at this. We've got Serenity on up spear here. Whew. He's got to make this a long, grindy match, man. He's got to do it. I think we're gonna see Serenity grind this, try to get himself a 3-0 here. A 3-0 versus Toshank in this particular round, in this particular part of this mirror match, is going to be a big statement. It puts all the onus on Toshank to catch up at that point. Dong, you wouldn't arrest me, you emoji queen. You wouldn't. Big cheers, brother. Good to see you. $6,500 HP on Pal is pretty GG, yeah. Yeah, that's nasty. All right, FT3 in this mirror, and here we go. These guys about ready to throw down. Toshank is ready to go. Serenity still getting in the zone. Still battle orders. These guys have farmed themselves an Act 1 bridge H map here. Toshank running around. Look at this. He's like a hound waiting for the leash to be let off. And here we go. The savagery begins. Looking to harass from the outside. Oh, man, closing the distance there very quickly. Beautiful chain there early on, but can he finish up? Can he finish with the combo? Oh, and now this is really bad. FOH PK, very likely, but Toshank didn't need it. Gets in there with the combo regardless. 1-0 so far for the reigning, defending, dominant champion on the class on which he should be behind right off the rip. Damn, son. What a hell of a start. Serenity now in trouble. Bro, there's a lot of those in pub games, Bruno. I was just in a pub game earlier. You'd be surprised. I feel like everybody just brings either their BM or their glass cannon setup. I mean, it works. I never switch up for it. So I'm like, all right, whatever. All right, and here we go. Big hits early on from Serenity. Now doing the walk down strategy, similar to what you would see in like a NVD match. As he sees Toshank approaching, he knows that he's going to be looking for that name lock, looking to close the distance. So what he's going to do is he's going to walk down, use those spears. Oh my God, close round for both of those guys there, and holy shit, Toshank pulls it out. That was clean right there, man. Toshank is on one right now. He's ready. He's fired up, man. He's been mentally preparing for this for at least 24 hours. They can technically teeth, yes. Yeah, they can technically teeth in this matchup, but often you don't see it. I guess through gentleman's rules or whatnot. If I was a Necro, I'd be teething. Fuck yeah. Din could also harass with FOH. Din could bust out a bow with, 10,000 poison. There's a lot of things that you can do that people just don't do, surprisingly enough. Yeah, and that's also a good point. If he starts teething, you know Toshank's probably going to do it right back to him. Toshank looking for a clean 3-0 here. Can he get it? Or is Serenity coming back online here? Beautiful left click chaining here from Toshank. Down goes the Oak. He's got to keep that up. You notice that Toshank always keeping that Oak Sage up, and so is Serenity. The Oak Sage is MVP in a lot of matchups, man. It blocks so many shots. If you're the Necro, it blocks that initial smite a lot of times, saving you from big damage. And if you're the Din, it blocks these random. You see all of those shots right there from the Bone Spirit. If you're just teleporting around, usually that just blocks it for you, right? But when you're walking down, when you've engaged in that walk down strategy, and by the way, beautiful escape there from Serenity. When you've engaged in it, man, that's when you're weak. And there it is, beautiful finish, 3-0 victory from the disadvantaged class. Toshank really showing it's possible here. I think these guys might actually finish up the mirror, which I would totally be down for it. I'd totally be down to see what it looks like either way. Toshank the Savage, man. Yeah, same here, honestly, Philly. I honestly expected that to be way closer. Dude, I don't know, Dong. I expected Serenity to take some rounds with the Necro there. By the very least, what you can do in that matchup is, like, so for example, if you're a noob and you're going up against a Savage player like Jess, you could just IBS train from across the map, CT escape, right? Try to break the locks with those corners, and just IBS train and try to get some initial damage in there first. It makes for longer rounds, but that's technically a strategy, man. That's usually, if I'm in a pub game, that's how I approach it with smiters, man. You try to throw up a few IBSs first and force them to get on the inside. And once you get that like initial first couple of hits, first hit or two, well then we change it up, right? Like then we start going with the spears. Now Toshank in a little bit of trouble here. Serenity. Can you imagine how much of a nail biter this would have been? Just imagine now if this was a death match. Just imagine. Toshank now going to have to keep his distance and force Serenity to close, to get up close, get those chains, outsmart the Oak, essentially, right? And that's exactly what Serenity's trying to do. He's using that FOH from the outside. Toshank looking for those quick, nasty, fast name locks there. Big hits from Serenity. Now Toshank in a lot of trouble. Toshank trying to hold on, man. Can he show how it's done on a Necro? Great stomp there from Serenity. He was just unable to grab the name lock. Too bad, too. That was very, very close. What a nasty duel so far, man. Toshank trying to hold on. Let's actually let's see if we can swap over to Serenity's standpoint here. Check this out from the Din's perspective. And there it is. The top Din in the DFC, Serenity himself. This guy is just a Din main. A lot of people, they will bounce back and forth, climb in the ranks on multiple classes these days. That's what they do, right? It's almost like if you don't know how to play multiple classes, if you're not familiar with multiple matchups, a lot of times you don't see people climbing up the ranks, but there's a few exceptions to that, and Serenity is one of them. Serenity, master of the Din, taking down Toshank in that round right there. This has been a shutout victory so far for the Dins. Hell yeah, Johnny Dubs. Big cheers to that, man. Happy Friday to you. Happy Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving. Most people have this day off, and most importantly, we've got the weekend. I mean, what a time it is to be alive. What a time it is to be a DFC fan. Hell yeah, man. Din dominance. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Saw someone say in chat, no teeth, so I unhockeyed it. Yeah. Yeah, technically he could. Technically he could. No rules is better. No, less rules, mo better in the DFC. So technically you could teeth as a Necro in this matchup. It's probably it's an important skill, I think, that probably tips the scales on this quite a bit, especially if you consider versus most traditional Dins, right? That aren't going to mix it up, that aren't going to do what some people call the cheese. All right, there it is. There it is. Toshank now chucking them. Now chucking those teeth, blowing up the Oak Sage, clearing the way, and you can see how frustrating that is from Serenity's side. But he still manages to get a big hit in there and close the distance. Toshank shitting his pants a little bit on that one. That is, if ever there was a signature move to a Din that was very hard to replicate for most players, it's Serenity's ability to grab name locks, to close the distance and so quickly grab name locks. You have no time. Look at this, just dancing in between the spears. And those are usually a pretty devastating attack from the Necro when they're going up against the Din. But Serenity is almost too quick for him. Looking for those name locks, always closing the distance. Just like that. Savage play from this guy. It's now 2-0 in favor of Serenity. That is nasty, man. And that was with teeth. That was with Toshank on teeth. I'm telling you, man, I don't think that's as broken as people crack it up to be. That or there is the elite strategy, right? You guys might be familiar with this. It's the mushroom cloud of teeth strategy. You just spam a bone spirit, invisible bone spirit field, right? And you teleport to the front of it, and at the front of it, you launch a set of teeth, and the whole setup just looks like a stamp of psilocybin on your screen, right? But really what it does is it blows up the Oak Stage with an incredibly powerful spirit train behind it. And holy shit. Yeah, it's big. It's big. I mean, I think as a necro, it's very important. Launching teeth every once in a while to blow up that oak sage. I mean, you gotta figure, oak sage is relatively new. I say that, but it was accepted in the LOD days. But there was a time in LOD, in the rule set, where oak sage was banned. They didn't allow people to use that oak sage. They considered that BM, right? But over time, and what I really love to see is just lifting of these BM considerations on rule sets, because now you really do get to see dueling in all of its glory, right? Yeah, about the beginning of 1.12, yep. Yeah, see, Drew G remembers. There was a time, dude. There was a time. You started using that oak sage on Hodo. People call you BM, man. 1.10 and 11 was BM. Well, you got to figure 1.1 was the Enigma patch. It was, nobody knew what was going on. Suddenly, everybody could teleport, and it was like, all right, well, I guess this game's shit now. But really, it wasn't. Like, holy, the new classes coming in. People just weren't used to getting beat by dins. People weren't used to getting beat by dins and barbs, and it was Zon PK is what it was before. Maybe I guess Chargers and Zealots. Beautiful chain there from Serenity. Toshank having trouble landing some big bone spirits here, but just as I say that, lands a couple. Oh my god, and a close back and forth battle between these guys. Now 2-1. GG's. Toshank showing that it can be done, but I gotta say, impressive performance from both of these guys on a Din. The most savage class ever. Din the Master Race. If you ain't playing a Din on Black Friday, you're racist, all right? These guys showing truly what's possible on this class. Absolutely savage. And some of the nastiest duelers to ever step in the DFC squaring off today. Epic match. Holy shit, man. That was wild. Wow. What a start, man. Title bout right off the rip. And I see some more people firing it up in the Discord here, ready to throw down. Getting ready, firing it right up. Once you're ready to duel and you're in game with your opponent, all you got to do is just share your screen. That lets us know that you're ready to go. And then we can pop over, kick some ass, do the damn thing. Have the pleasure of commentating your duel. Welcome to it, man. Big cheers to you guys. Happy Friday to you. All right, I'm going back in that melee game. I'm not ready to give up on Lucille yet. I'm not ready. I thought Lucille was going to be savage, man. Let's get back in there. Check it out. I think the game was bugged. I think I was like, you know how you can be chat bugged? I think I was like win bugged. Truthfully, that's what it was. I was win bugged. So I think I'm just going to give up. I'm just going to give up on a little bit of... I'm going to give up on attack speed, and I'm just going to jam it. Who needs attack speed when you have Lucille? Right? Like... Just hit big. What the hell is that hit, man? We need big hits. I thought Lucille was going to hit way harder than that. Well, we can't ever switch the weapon. We are Negan. We can't. It's the fantasy, right? All right, so I guess we just do this. We give up all the attack speed, and we just hope to hit. I guess we just do it like this, and we go. Yeah, we just jam it like this. Give up everything. Yeah, and then you just hope and pray.
Good evening.
I think that's what it is. Yep, you just hope and pray. Hope for a hit. That's it. Yeah, see, there it is. You just hope. You give up the AR and you just hope. See? I need a Negan cutscene. When we cave mofos' heads in with Lucille. That's what we need.
Good evening.
Oh yeah, I agree, man. I don't even think there's PvP in PoE2 yet. I don't think so anyway. But I fully plan on checking it out, man. I think it'll be fun either way. Yep, you just give up on the attack speed, you hope. You just hope for the hits. See, sometimes they don't come. But when they do, they're gonna be devastating. Oh, is this Benkai up in here?
Die.
Oh, come on. What kind of baby hit was that? That was like two baby hits. Lucille just nicking the tip a little bit. Just nicking the tip.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
All right, Benkai wants to feel some of that Lucille. Where's he at? Yeah, I see you over here, hiding. I see you over here, hiding. Yeah, you don't want none. You don't want none of this Lucille. That's right, you see that big hit from Lucille. You mess with Lucille, you're gonna need all the help you can get. That's right. It's gonna be PP Pants City here real soon. Dins only, that's right. Who's this Zan player? We still got like 15k defense. That's pretty savage. That's through inner sight. Holy shit! Dude, Dazer is live. I knew there was a chance this would happen. I knew there was a chance. Let's check this out, man. Is he jamming with Paulie? Is this gonna happen? Oh my god, it is. My guesses were right. This is happening, man. This is probably gonna be one of the most epic matches of the entire night, man. Let's fucking get it. Let's get in there. Let's quit fucking around. This is gonna be nuts. In this corner, we've got Dazer. These guys playing on an East server. I saw Polytheist in the game. It is coming to fruition, my friends. What we theorized was true. Polytheist was able to duel early. Looks like they gave him a day off, finally. I didn't think they'd ever allow it. You know, Polytheist so in demand. And if you don't believe that, you try playing a Shaman Druid and see if the world just doesn't demand you. Their expectations of you are high. When you're at the top of the charts, top of the ranks, like Polytheist is, it's very rare this guy will ever get a day off. By the way, Shirley Serious, what's up, man? Why you gotta do Dio dirty like that? It's by technicality, man. Polytheist has done things, has beat players he shouldn't even be able to beat, man. And he always figures out a way. And here we go, man. We're off to a start. Polytheist trying to get in there. This is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. He could be theoretically on any druid, and it looks like he's going in on a wind druid here. He's going with the setup, man. He's going with the setup. This easily could have been a death match right here, but he's done it before. And the reason this wasn't a death match is because it's theoretically possible, first of all. But second of all, both of these guys are probably going to be on pretty terrible ping, with Dazer probably having the worst of it. Polytheist used to playing on these East servers. But damn, there it is. Beautiful gameplay there from Dazer, taking Polytheist down in round 1. But Polytheist, known to adapt. Known to adapt. This guy. All it's going to take is him to get warmed up. Punch of Ito ready after. Sick. By the way, what's up, Red Rum? Hey, good duels earlier, man. That was fun. Bankai too easy? Yeah, oh, dude, you should have seen it. Caved his head right in. Caved it with Lucille. It's easy. It's all those Zan players, man. They're not even humans. You can treat them like trash. They're on Zans. Everybody understands. They understand. Polytheist looking to close the distance and get in. Big hits there from a NATO. Now here's the thing. Polytheist may have to dial it down, and he does. He doesn't recast a lot of those pets, and that's very smart because Dazer can leech some life off from those pets. Now, while the life leech is capped a bit, it's still pretty significant, man. You can get in there, leech some life off from when you blow up all of those wolves all at once. Holy shit, it gets pretty insane, man. That life pool can go right back up, and big damage from Dazer. Getting right back in this here. This is interesting, man. I'm seeing Polytheist use not only Tornado for some big hits here, but he's also got Armageddon, Hurricane, and I see Molten Boulder up close. Big hits there, though, from Dazer. After a big start from Polytheist, Dazer puts him down. PC, softcore, non-ladder, NA. Oh, GG, man. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, we'll get in a game here real quick. All right, just want to make sure, you know. Absolutely brutal, man. This is rough. This is rough. Perhaps it should have been a death match. I thought that the lag would be a lot more of a problem for Dazer. And now that Polytheist has the strat, man, he's got that strat. He's doing the max block setup with Spirit, and he's seen a lot of success with it, dude. It's certainly a tough one. Perhaps this should have been a death match. He says same build, but add in Werebear. 1 sec. He's gonna go Werebear form here. Dangerous. Taz says, yo, Dazer, show stats, please. Don't you know you have some Zan fans in here, Dazer? They want the inside scoop. And here we go. Round 3. Can Paulie get it done? Look at this. Werebear getting in there, getting the stuns up on his opponent. We're gonna see if that's gonna pay off. Looks like it's a big risk at close range there. He ate a lot of damage. And down goes Paulie. Holy shit, he got creative there. He got creative, and that's the thing about Paulie. This guy always trying something new, trying something different. Werebear, there bear, exactly. Damn, son, Paulie with his back against the ropes. He's got to get it done. All right, round 4. He's going to come in here. He's going to do something. Let's see if he sticks with this werebear strategy. Certainly dangerous at close range when you're going up against the Zan, man. Because when you start to get tricky at close range, what they can do is they just swap to the jabs. Whatever tricks you're doing, man, those jabs friggin' hurt. That'll put you on a clock at close range, and that's exactly what Dazer did. Polytheist needs to remain evasive here. Needs to remain evasive and not get too flat-footed, right? And that will force Dazer to pick his shots very well, but he is so good at getting those name locks. You see that as Pauly comes in. He's so good at getting those name locks and just knowing when to be on those jabs, being very accurate with them. Look at that beautiful swap. And now he's got the guided lock right there. Polytheist notices it, gets in there, delivers some damage with the NATO though. Also, it looks like this Armageddon isn't dead, man. It's actually, I've seen some tick damage from this so far. Very interesting choice there from Pauly. I love the fact that now he's bouncing in and out here. He's not necessarily looking to get the stomp. He's coming in, CTing, closing the distance. He's not trying too hard at close range to get it though. If he gets it, he gets it. If not, boom, there it is. See, and that was a hit from Armageddon. That big tick right there, I'm pretty sure it was Armageddon. Hard to stack up the DR and the fire res here on a Zan versus Druid. Pauly just in and out, but now he is dangerously low with his life total. Oh my God, huge comeback for Pauly! And that's what they were waiting on, man. Holy shit! Big finish for him there. Huge! Wow, man! I think everybody naturally roots for the Druid in this matchup because certainly they do have their back against the ropes. It's not easy for that Druid. I mean, there's so many decisions to be made, right? At all stages of the battle, you go in, you have the full pets to protect you from multi-shot, from the guideds, from hopefully from the jabs. But then, as you score a hit, you have to let go of those, right? You have to dial them back a bit. All while trying to circle in, cut an angle, and get an advantage on his on. It's very, very difficult, man. And, I mean, can you imagine if this was a death match right now? This would be on. It would be down to one win for both of these guys. What's up, RH? What's up, Jordan? Yeah, exactly. I think that's true, Nimrod. It's more of a display of like how good Pauly is and how well he's adapted on this build right here. We're so used to seeing him on the Shaman Druid, but this guy has delved into the deep, dark secrets of the Wind Druid in recent history, really working on his NVD and a lot of FPK style matchups like that. And holy shit, man, he has picked up some tricks from playing a Wind Druid that he implements in his game as a Fire Druid and vice versa. You can see that he's implementing tricks as a Fire Druid into his Wind Druid game, scoring some big NATOs here versus Dazer. I'm telling you, these Armageddon hits, man, these are something. These are something right here. These ain't dead, man. These are actually scoring some damage. And more hits from Polytheist. He's got the strategy down now, man. He doesn't stay there for too long. He's in and out. If he misses, he misses, right? He can't stay in there for too long, and he's doing a great job. Hasn't really taken any damage so far. This is the strat, man. You Volcano to proc dodge and NATO? Oh my god, that's so sick. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he's got so many tricks that he's bringing in from Shaman. That's a good observation right there, too. He Volcanoes to proc that dodge. Oh, Paulie gets flat-footed for just a little too long. Almost regrets it right there. The first blood from Dazer in that exchange. But now Paulie methodically hunting down his opponent. Oh, and that was some big hits from Dazer. Both of these guys dangerously low. Paulie just wisely playing this very wise here. Just in and out. Now Dazer looking to rebow there. That was Paulie's opportunity. You get in there. You don't show these Zans any mercy. And now Paulie just kind of painting the map with NATOs here, making it very difficult for Dazer to move anywhere profitable here. And he's very quick, not kicking around for too long. I like that. Hitting with that Armageddon, setting it up with the Volcano, having those NATOs ready to go. Just looking for his angle, man. That's it. Now Dazer trying to work back to the center of the map here. Noticing he's kind of in a lot of trouble with Polytheist backing him into a corner like that. Paulie very quick, man. That's what he's got to be. That's what he's got to be. You got to be in and out with this matchup. In and out. Yeah, very good pressure here from Paulie. And you notice, this is what I was telling you, man. He adapts, right? You can see a marked change from the first few rounds of Polytheist versus Dazer here. A very stark change in the way that he's playing this. He's playing so much smarter now. Lands another NATO. And this is getting close. And he's just not kicking around. The first few rounds, he was kicking around a little too long. And he was getting hit with those jabs. Those were what was doing the big damage at close range. But he can pretty much avoid those arrows at long range. He's doing a great job of that. But the real challenge comes at close range. And now Dazer's bow is out. And he could be in a lot of trouble here. And there it is. Polytheist not letting up. As he shouldn't. Those Zan players, you want to do that cube bow. You want to be a Zan. Beautiful hits here from Paulie. And there it is. Paulie gets there again. Now 3-2. Can he make the nastiest comeback of the night? From being down 3-0 to now 3-2. And he has learned the matchup. Now Dazer goes back to the stash here, making some swaps. Let's see if we can kick over to, is Polytheist streaming this here too? Let's see what's up. Is this Paulie's perspective? Oh, it sure is. Let's check this out, man. Holy boys, what a duel. Man, I wish this would have been a death match right here. I thought the lag was going to be way more of a problem for Dazer, but what's even more impressive is Polytheist is figuring this out regardless. Fucking dog. Yeah, that is so impressive, man. What's even more impressive is the sort of the shit talk around this matchup that has gone in the DFC chat channel for the longest time, with Zan players calling the Druids free. It's so good, and this is what we talk about in the DFC. Some people call it cheese. We call it strategic choice of items and setups, right? It's very true, because this is exactly what it leads to. In these matchups, which you would consider free, some people say they're free, right? And here we see Polytheist getting in here, doing some big work against one of the nastiest Zon players in the DFC. One of the nastiest Zon players and Sin players. Dazer's a legend, and Polytheus is getting in there. Now you see this strategy, in and out. He's barely even using any of these pets here. Barely using any pets, even at the start of the duel. Just the Ravens. He's just trying to proc that dodge, avoid, and evade. He's trying to proc it, and he's trying to stomp. Very simple game plan here. Now not being flat-footed. As soon as he realizes that Dazer's got that lock, he's out of there. Another thing that can be very helpful here is if you master the art of the CT approach, right? Closing the distance on the Zan far faster than she can be ready for. And that is huge. And especially if you continue with this strategy of just getting in and getting out. Polytheus looking for his angle here. Beautiful NATOs there. No big damage yet. A little bit of tick damage from the Hurricane and the Armageddon, it looks like. The Polytheus still looking for that big hit. That was a nice NATO. Dodge, avoid, and evade. Oh my God. Beautiful jabs there from Dazer. Man, if this was a death match, it would have been over. Should have been a death match. Holy shit. If we wouldn't have factored lag into this equation at all, this certainly would have been a death match. But holy shit. That was savage. I say we give it to both of them. Holy shit. That was insane. Great performance there from Polytheus. And also from Dazer. This guy is just a next level Zan, man. Next level Zan. All right, let's get in there. It looks like Punch is ready to throw down. I know these guys were talking about going. Let's get it. Punch, the most savage Barb player, decorated, going up against a Veto PvP on the Druid. Let's get it, boys. Yeah, that was really good. Glad you enjoyed it, Taz. I did too, man. Oh, big Zerk there early on from Punch. And now Javito knows what's up. He's probably got that 50% block versus a Barb here. 50% block, certainly a necessity, right? You're going to need all the block that you're legally allowed to have in the DFC versus Barbs. And now, we've got Punch coming in hard. By the way, JLK, hey bro, thank you so much for the channel membership, man. Welcome to the Legend tier and a big cheers to you, my brother. Holy, much appreciated. Yeah, good duels, Paulie. Hey, bro. That should have been a death match, man. I thought the lag was gonna, I thought this was the situation. I know Paulie's setup. Nobody's gonna do. He's used to those East games. Dazer ain't used to those East games, right? Lag's gonna be a big problem on that Zan. So perhaps it should be a regular match. I wish we would have made it a death match. Big hits there from Javito early on, and he gets the job done. I think Punch was thinking, this is just going to be in the bag. But now we're going to see Punch adapt. We're going to see Punch go into God mode, I would guess here. He knows. He recognizes the skill of Javito early on. Javito wanted a challenge this week. I actually think he wanted a title shot, but we didn't end up doing the two title shots because it's, you know, in 1 week, just because it fucks things up a lot. But otherwise, I could see that happening. But still, he's got himself a tough opponent, and he's off to a good start. Well, death matches work, man. Otherwise, if you don't run it as death match, right, you just have people giving up before the duel starts, and you know, as they should. It's a very tough match, right? Some people look at death matches like it's a handicap, and I guess technically it is, but it's a necessary one. It's no more of a handicap than a rule would be. Holy shit, big hits there from Punch. Beautiful Zerkin. Told you he's going into God mode here, giving no room to Javito to recast those pets.
Yes.
Not on a Druid. On a Druid, you're capped at 50% block versus Barbs. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he's using Frenzy. I didn't notice that, but good observation, dude. Like, yeah, Punch is notorious for doing all of these ridiculously creative things. We saw him versus Jinshin, and Barb's now allowed the Holy Freeze, and you saw this guy doing the Holy Freeze, flashing and cutting his opponent open on the Zon. Cutting his opponent open and flash killing with Holy Freeze. That shit was savage. The type of player that was using Phoenix versus a Fire Sorceress, sitting around in the residual meteor damage and healing. This guy's on a whole nother level with Barb setups. Barb setups, top tier Barb play. This is the Barb to study. If you ever go back and you're like, man, I want to run a Barb, watch the tapes of Punch play. This guy is nuts. Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry, Bankai. You right. You right.
I can't carry anymore.
Thanks for the correction, Bonosaurus. By the way, good to see you, man. Big cheers to you. Yeah, I think that's the only cap for a Druid on their block percent is versus Barbs. Otherwise, like, there was a time in history where they were just a very, very dominant class. And we had to limit them versus something. And whenever that happens, we just limit them versus the weakest characters. Try to open the door for other builds to just keep them in check. But you still got to be good. That's the thing with playing a Barb, man. There's no room for error. There's no room for being a shitty Barb, dude. You got to be good. As you saw, that matchup with me versus the Foos, man, I thought we was gonna ace him like we did most sins in any given pub game. Guy's just too good, man. No room for being a shit-ass Barb versus some of these top players. And I think that's what Punch noticed right away. That's what he's looking for. He notices who he's going up against here. Big Zerk there early on. Took a lot of damage for it. And look at this. This is another thing that Punch does is mid-world. This guy's always searching for the name lock, right? And it's so sneaky, so quick, man. Punch is to the Barb, I think, what Serenity is to the Din when it comes to just always opportunistically looking for those name locks, looking to close the distance and harass. Beautiful chain here from Punch. And just massive aggression, dude, always. Ooh, nice NATO there from Javito. Yeah, invest in Dong. That's what it is. Invest in Dong. Things you can do online now, guys. Big hits from Javito again, and now Punch is in a scary spot because he very well could be, as he closes the distance, he could be getting into Hurricane PK territory here. Oh, man, residual NATO from Javito. Now 2-1 in favor of the Druid player, Javito.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
And here we go, man. 2-1. Punch stepping it up. Punch coming online here. Yeah, jumped right in it. You see, that's the thing. As a Druid player, what you're trying to do is you're trying to set up your match. You're trying to set up your exchange with the Barbarian where you have a tornado alley going, basically. That's essentially what you're going for. And that means you're essentially throwing a whole bunch of NATOs around the map, man, trying to make it happen. And that's what Javito did there, and he caught Punch with a residual NATO. Pretty nasty, but big damage early on from both players here. And now Javito trying to kite him into some of these NATOs here, trying to kite him in, trying to set up these exchanges here. Punch has got to be patient, but luckily, that's something Punch is very good at. That is a forte of the legendary Punch. The patience of Punch is phenomenal. Beautiful chain there, trying to tie up the score. Yeah, and he's noticing the pattern here of Javito, that as he approaches, as he's looking, it's very hard to surprise him from off screen. Get those CT locks, right? Or get those CT stomps, because he's always got those NATOs going. He's waiting for it. He's waiting it, he's baiting it, That's what he's doing. He's trying to bait you to these exchanges where he's got a ton of nados going. And that's kind of what you got to do as a druid player. Sometimes you may have the opportunity to look for those stomps, those surprise stomps, and the barb doesn't expect it, but it's very few and far between that happens. And he tried right there. Surprisingly, Javito tried. Yeah, I would guess Grief Beast. No room for total juck fuckery, I wouldn't say, versus a druid. You got to make your hits count, because they're probably going 50% block and 50% DR. Right? So you got to make those hits count. And I don't think cold kill would be enough. Beautiful whirlwind there from Punch. This is what I mean. He's now going to pick his shots. He's being cautious on his approach here. And he's going to pick his shots. Every time he comes up, watch this. He's going to leap, and he's going to wait for Javito to leave. He's going to wait for him to try to get out of there. And eventually, Javito might try to adapt to that. And if he does, Punch is going to be keen on it. Beautiful Zerks there from Punch, and a nice chain. That is tough to do, man. Tough to do, especially against a savage druid player. Savage player in general. Like Javito, this guy, I'm telling you. Oh, yes, I actually meant to do that. Thank you, Nightfall. Actually meant to do that. There we go. There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, I tried to do it offline, but apparently it couldn't find you. So I'm like, I just got to remember to do this next time we're live. Jam it. Thanks for that, dude. Unmod Joby, please, so you can ban him. I'll consider it. I will consider that. As long as you promise to ban him. Yeah, just ban him straight out. Yeah, no, Maddie is good, though. Maddie's good. I agree, Joby sucks. Now Punch changing the strategy up here a little bit. You see this? You see this? Now he's kind of got Javito. He's got him guessing. He's got him guessing what's coming at him, and that's exactly the spot that he wants to be in. But now, I think it's wise that Punch goes back to this strategy. Oh, it looks like he might have life tap up. Yeah, from those Drax. That's going to force Javito to recast all of those pets, and you best believe Punch is going to close the distance on it. And now he knows he's got a little bit of leeway after proccing that tap. Looks like he's procced it on Javito's character, Actual. So he can get in there. He might be able to afford a little bit of damage. Risking a little bit of damage to get in there and potentially connect on Javito and heal back some of that life. But you know a whirlwind's coming, because something that will not heal back the life is Berserk. If you have the life tap off, or applied to a target, and you hit them with Berserk, it actually won't heal you because it's all magic damage. It has to be physical damage. Very nice, concise, short whirls there from Punch. Let me fight this Joby guy. Nobody sucks more than I do. That's a fact. Don't you dare claim to be worse than me. LOL. You'd smash him, Bruno. Wouldn't even be close. I wouldn't want... Joby might suck, but we wouldn't want to put him through that. We don't want to put him through that kind of hell. Come on, man. You don't need to bully the guy. I mean, Christ. Just ban him and move on, you know? You don't need to bully him. Oh my god, I thought that whirl was going to be good right there from the brink of defeat for Punch. It's now tied up 2-2 between these absolute titans. Punch now looking for those pet blocks right there. He's ideally, he's going to be looking for a name lock on Javito's Druid, right? But, I mean, if he just residually... Oh, beautiful surprise there from Punch. And he gets it. So sneaky. But if he gets the pet, too, he's kind of okay with it. He's just going to Zerk the pet. And as we've seen in the past, that can potentially proc life tap. Really, really good. But also, having those Drax on gives some big life leech to your Whirlwind. So if the Druid has a bunch of pets in the way, you know, and you just happen to hit a bunch of those on your Whirl instead of the actual character, that's going to leech some life back, man, giving you a little bit of leeway to get in there, close the distance. And that's why it's been so hard in the past. That's why we limited the block percent on the, you know, on the Druid. The life leech is limited on the Barb, you know, so it's like, you can't necessarily cheese all of the pets. So in order to try to make it fair, it's like, all right, well, the Druid can't necessarily just cheese all of your hits either with a bunch of pets and Oak and all of this. It's like, give Barbs a chance, you know? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Life after kill with the Wolves. Probably not as devastating as the tap / life leech, though, because when you do connect with those Wolves, I think the life leech is really what's doing it. Beautiful plays there from Punch. 3-2 in favor of the legendary Barb player. Decorated DFC veteran. See, look at it. Just a tiny nick of those pets. This guy gets like 15-20% health back. That's really good for those exchanges. It's exactly where Punch wants to be. Dude, yeah, totally worth it, Bruno. It totally worked. Oh, Javito tries to get sneaky, but Punch saw it coming. Now Javito with his back against the ropes here. He's daring to get a little more aggressive versus Punch. As you can see him closing the distance there and trying to get some sneaky stomps. But I honestly think his initial strategy, oh, look at this. He's using Frenzy to hit those Wolves. He's using Frenzy instead of the Berserk. It's very synergetic with, you know, it's synergetic with the Life Leech, with the tap. There's a lot of synergy to use Frenzy here. Also speeds up the attack speed frames. Makes your Whirlwinds travel faster if you actually have some stacks up on Frenzy. It's really not dead, man. Big hits there from Javito. I was going to say, I think this is the strategy he wants to use. It was working for him very well. Try to bait Punch in. Punch will go into this pattern where he's going to get patient, right? It's going to turn into a duel. It's going to be a duel. But it's going to be a matter of who makes a mistake first. And Javito was cleaning him out in a couple of these exchanges. Oh my god. And it looks like it was hard to tell. I tried to look there and see if he's swapping to Berserk on his right click, but it's hard to tell. He might just be going in headstrong with Frenzy there. That might be the setup. That might be the way to go. It might be his game plan. That time, Punch wisely backed off there. Javito saw that stomp coming, and he teleported into Tornado Alley. That's what he was setting it up. He saw it coming. Beautiful whirlwind there from Punch to close it out, though. 4-2 victory for the Savage. Absolutely nasty duels between these two. Holy shit, man. See if Punch kicks around, shows off the gear a little bit, if he can hear us. I think there's a lot of potential Barb players that enjoy seeing this right here. Look at this, 15-1, 4390 on the Grief. And this is something, a little piece of tech that a lot of Barb players don't have. You don't even make, right? 2 bears and a Cham in that 20 faster cast, 3-socket helm. High Lords, of course, man. Very hard to swap away from that. Nicely rolled Beast. 213 Gores, hell yeah. Matching 320/20s in the inventory, it looks like. Beautiful. 5-point ring there. Nasty. 15 DR, 8% life leech string. Another nasty ring there. He's trying to bump up his cold resist so that hurricane doesn't do any residual hits. And as you can see here from the choice of Drax, life after each kill, decent, but he was really prioritizing the strength and the leech. Yeah, and there it is. Faster hit recovery, too. I like that, man. See, this is a guy that knows the barb. This is what I mean. Between all of that, all of the gear choices, right down to the faster hit recovery breakpoints versus the Druid. Yeah, and he put base 18 points into Frenzy. Oh, fuck yeah. He went Leap Frenzy. This is what it was, man. You were totally correct on that. He kind of forewent the Berserk and totally focused on Frenzy. That was wild. Nasty, dude. Incredible setup there. Big strength there. I think that just residually comes from his setup. I'm not sure if he's actually put any into it, but holy shit, man. Big hits. Yeah, just base 30 strength. Yep. That's a full Vita Barb just going in. 3.5k life before Oak. That is nasty. GG's, man. GG's. Wow. Well, let's check this out. These are the rules here for some good old Druid v Barb. In case you were unfamiliar with them, the block is capped at 50% on the Druid, as it should be, man. Gotta give those bear players a chance, right? And you can only use, as with any matchup on a Druid, you can only use one type of pet, besides the Raven and the Oak, of course. Those count a little different. But you gotta pick. You gotta go with the Grizzly, the Spirit Wolves, the Dire Wolves, all right? And here it is, a little bit of reminders here for people. The Barb might leech life off of your summons, right? Big hint. In a lot of ways, that with, the life leech from Drax, the tap, there's a lot of things they could do. When you get them low, you might want to quit on all that extra shit. And that's certainly something that we saw from Javito, at least in recasting some of those pets, as he had punched low. Very good strategy. If you're the Barb, remember, you can use items that have a life leech and that proc life tap. It's not capped. Theoretically, if you want to use more, if you want to get in there with a last wish, you technically could do that as a Barb player. Screw them, man. If you're a Barb, get in there, deliver some devastation. That's what it's all about. The devastation, the violence, and the pure aggression. That's how we roll. And believe it or not, man, we've got Jeff P ready to go on the Sin. Holy, all right, now things are getting real. We've got DFC Newcomer going up against DFC Newcomer. These guys about ready to throw down. Let's check it out. Oh, man. Who will come out on top? Both of these guys showing up in the DFC for the first time. We've got Wubbs versus Jeff P. Wubbs, I believe, is... Oh, yeah, he's on the Sorceress. He's on a Cold Sork here. Holy shit, Jeff P with some nasty sim skill play here early on. You can tell right away. Sometimes you can just tell with those Sin players how experienced they are and how savage they are. Jeff P might be a newcomer to the DFC, but this guy ain't a newcomer to the Sin. This guy has got some skills in his back pocket. He's very quick, closing the distance, pushing the pressure on his Cold Sork opponent here. Wubbs coming in on this Cold Sork. Looks like he might have gone no ES. This looks like a full Vita Cold Sork. That or the ES has already been blown up. I'd be very surprised to see that. But it looks like full Vita Cold Sork here. And Jeff P doing a great job of actually just avoiding a lot of these hits and being very aware of where the blizzards are coming down, working his way in, and is off to an incredible start. But here's the thing. If you get clocked, oh my God. See, there it is, dude. One hit. Holy shit. These are some huge exchanges. One hit from that Blizz, though, is pretty devastating. Usually, I mean, especially if you go on the Whirl Girl strategy, trying to cut your opponent open, trying to whittle them down, that kind of leaves you a little bit vulnerable, right? You're traversing some sort of pixelated distance on the screen. And oftentimes, against a good Sork player, which Wubbs clearly appears to be here, he's got those, he lands those Blizzes, he has them set right. What you can open yourself up for is just whirlwinding into a Blizz. Holy shit! Big double hit from that Blizz. And that's what I mean. Even the nastiest Sin gameplay here, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, because it can be all over in a snap. That's cold. I see what you did there. Womb Raider, LOL. Sin Gang. Hell yeah, Brody. Dude, I gotta say, man, Sins are in a good spot in the DFC, I think, right now, man. They're in a good spot. These duels right here, so, I mean, anyone who's been a fan of the DFC for a while, myself included, we've watched these Sins go from probably some of the most miserable duels in all of existence to... I'm actually kind of excited to see Sins play now. You know, like, it's... You really notice a big difference on people with nasty skills on them. And like I said, as we see here, Jeff P, just no stranger to this. And wow, full Vita Cold Sork. You can see that Wubbs' strategy here. He is using a lot of Ice Blast. I really like that. That's something right there. Requires a lot of aim, and when you get it, you can blow your opponent up so quickly, just like that. Very nicely done. Jeff P trying to get in there, trying to secure some whirlwind hits. He's hunting, constantly hunting for that name lock. Beautiful trap set there too. You know that as the Cold Sork player, no matter how aggressive and devastating you design your Cold Sorceress, it's naturally a defensive class. Beautifully done there. Masterful Sin play from Jeff P. Now 2-1 in favor of Jeff. Damn, son, this is epic, man. Virtual round of applause for two of these guys coming into the DFC for the first time tonight and throwing down live with a pretty epic match like this. I love dropping a Blizz and Telly and Bast and seeing their name pop up in chat. LOL. Yep, the good old drive-by, man. They gotta learn today. Jeff is Cry, good dueler. Sweet. Yeah, look at this, man. You can tell he's got some skills. But yeah, always has to be weary of that blizzard. See right there, gets in, throws a whirl, wisely gets out, and that's been part of his strategy versus a Cold Sork here. You can tell that he doesn't get too greedy with his whirls. A lot of times you'll see whirl girls, they'll get a little too greedy versus Cold Sorks, and you can't really do that. You know, if you get greedy, and what I mean by that is you get in with a whirl, and then instead of getting out of there, you roll the dice and you try your hand at getting another whirl. Looks like Wubbs is trying to bait a stomp there, and Jeff P wisely doesn't engage. Just settles for the, you know, for the trap cast and the mind blast. Wisely doesn't engage there. Whenever you see with the new 2.4 changes where you can telly out of those name locks with mind blasts, whenever you see that, that's a sorceress kicking around and not teleporting out. They're probably setting you up. And that's certainly what Wubbs was doing there. Now, I believe 3-1. Or is it 3-2? Hold on, what is the score here? I done lost count. This duel is fucking epic, man. Jeff P nasty on this Sin, though. Well, I can tell you it's no more than 300. That's all a Sin is allowed. But yeah, we can check that out after too, man. I think that's a great point. The good old Sin v Sork. Yeah, and especially when someone runs a Cold Sork, I think it's really good to look at the rules and what they are versus those particular matchups, because no matchups change more than the Cold Absorb rules on any given character. It's sort of the thing you need a degree for in most good-mannered rule sets if you're playing up against a Cold Sork, right? Or, even if you are playing a Cold Sork, knowing what your opponent can stack for resist is sometimes going to change. Beautiful closing of the distance there from Wubbs. Throws that Ice Blast with that Claw Block for the win, and now it looks like Jeff P is on this Mind Blast PK finish. Holy, and there it is, man. Savage victory for this guy. Dominant performance right off the rip. Hell yeah, Muches.
No lamp.
No lamp at all, man. Perma banned from the tavern. Keeping it that way once and for all. Big cheers to you, brother. Holy shit. This guy never misses, man. Every time. Not only the most generous donos, but also a constant reminder that lamp is not welcome. Right? I hope you enjoyed that one right there, Muches, because Wubs just put on a show. That was a relatively aggressive stance of a Cold Sork right there, using Ice Blast versus a Sin. That's tough to do, man. And he was getting in there, nailing it, landing some big shots. Big like on that, Muches. Bro, thank you so much. Let's give a cheers to this guy after we look at some rules, shall we? That was nasty, man. What a guy. What a hell of a guy.
No lamp.
No lamp at all, but one thing that you may want to remember, especially if you're on a Cold Sork, is that your opponent can resist you. And there's varying levels of resistance with this particular matchup right here, Sork v Sin. If you're using Energy Shield, there's some other restrictions here, but Wubs wasn't. He was going full Vita Cold Sork, so hey, if you're not using any Energy Shield, basic rules apply. You could stack up the Lightning Absorb. You could go T-Gods. You could go 80-20, 85-15 without T-Gods if you wanted to. Really cheese it up versus those Sins, right? And also a little bit of a reminder, Sunder Charms not necessarily good in PvP, but they make a big difference on a Cold Sork, especially in this one. Sometimes your Shadow Bay can spawn immune to cold, right? But that can't happen if you have a Sunder Charm. You'll always be able to blow up that Shadow Bay, and they can be quite an MVP in this matchup. If you're the assassin, here's the cold stack rules, right? A little bit different. It's capped at 370 with 20% absorb, right? So if you choose to give up your 102 cast and go with Raven Frost, it's going to be harder catching the sorceress, but you can certainly do that. If you use a dual claw setup, oh yeah, here it is. It's you can go 410 with no absorb, right? But this was the holdback. I was wrong about this. Maximum resistance to any element is capped at 75. So you're always, no matter how much you stack up, it doesn't necessarily matter in this matchup, because with the Sunder approach of the sorceress, you're going to get hurt regardless. As we could see here, like that 75 is just a suggestion. Even if you got it up higher than that, you're likely going to have lesser cold res. It's going to be pretty savage. But especially if you're going up against the full Vita Cold Sork. If you're not using dual claw setup though, basic cold resistance and max resistance rules apply. So you could go, what is it, 420-20 or 450? A lot of differences there, man. It's so technical. It's so technical with all of this. It's just freaking wild, man. Making rules around a cold sorceress is just nuts. Let's get back in there to town. And don't bring lamp with you on your way in. Holy shit, let's come back to the tavern for a little bit of a break here while we give a big cheers to Muches for that one hundo spot. All right, we were thinking about changing that sign, but I guess there's been a lot of support for it in the community. I'm sorry, Lamp, we were gonna try to let you in, but as you can see, it's just undeniable support in the community to continue to have Lamp banned from the bar. So yeah, won't happen at least this holiday season, man. Maybe not, maybe, I don't know, we'll see about the future, but as it stands right now, I don't think there's any shot. And as you can see, but please respect the sign. If you see him trying to get in through the foyer, the vestibule in there, make sure you stop him from coming in. Everybody else, though, you guys are more than welcome. Enjoy anything on the shelves here. No guarantees how good it is, what's in there. Atma owned this place before we commandeered it. But come on in, help yourself. I just sit behind the bar. I don't work here. So just help yourself. Just come on in, grab a seat, and let's enjoy the show as we tip one back to Muches. Super generous donation, man. That was nuts. Thank you so much, brother. Let's get in there, man. Let's kick some ass. Let's do this. right, we've got the Din here. We've also, oh my gosh, we've got Root. Root is online and ready to go. Root is jamming. I wonder what he's doing. Oh, he's going up for some melee fuckery. Oh shit, yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Some melee fuckery with Root, dude. This guy is back with a vengeance. Let's friggin' go. Damn, son, there it is on his legendary Fury Druid. This is the character that Root has set up in Melee, and man, this guy is... It's so good to see him back. I think that usually he doesn't do Thursdays because it's difficult for him to make Thursdays. But regardless, on Friday night, when we make a little bit of changes, this guy throwing down in all divisions. He's going up against Bankai in Melee. Bankai on the Zon, Root on the Druid, on the Droid. And he's just sitting here in Legacy Graphics mode. He's getting ready to throw down. Going to be waiting for Bankai to duel Nightfall, I think. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so these guys might be throwing down. I don't see him in the Discord yet. But, yeah, he's looking to get a piece of that, though. Look at this, 98 Druid, adding what I call insult to injury versus those 99 Zan players. You get beat by a 98, you might as well delete. Save and exit, delete, right? You know, that's how I say it. Insult to injury. All right, here we go. Looks like these guys are actually throwing down, though. This is Bankai on his Zan. And as you can see, Zan is one of the only characters allowed to kind of pre-debuff their opponents. Big hits from both players early on. And that's what that inner sight is. You see those like little sparkling glows around Root's character right now. That is because of the inner sight. That's going to lower Root's defense, making him easier to hit, right? That's also something that the Act 1 Merc casts. And yeah, you can see it. He's got 44 defense under that. Pretty savage, man. And the reason that that's allowed is mainly to give some diversity to the format, but also it's very hard for Zons to stack up like Viso mods and all of this. It's very hard for them to get a lot of attack rating while maintaining their damage output and all of this and so many other crucial things for a melee build. And right now we've got a 1-1 match between these guys in an FT10. And the Zan also allowed to use the Fortitude armor. That's why you see Root knocking Bankai down there to sort of debuff the pre-buff while he gets pre-debuffed by inner sight. Look, if you speak the lingo, you know. Yeah, honestly, I don't like it either, Fungus, but it's one of those things that in adapting a melee rule set, we needed to go with something that made sense and was accepted and tested in the community with far more stuff than, you know, far more sauce than we'd put behind it. And that was something that was and is still allowed in the greater melee community, almost regardless of the tournament. So yeah, that's you got to trust your fellow man to some degree. But I wonder how different it would be. I've always wondered this about Melee, is if you threw out the click and hold and you added a little bit of skill to it, you said no pre-buffing, no pre-debuffing, right? But you just allowed like any melee skill or buff or debuff to be cast during the duel. Like how different it would be. Would the Barb go in there and just do like some war cries or battle cries? Like, you know, how different would that be? I think it would add a little bit of skill to it. Like, you know, a little more skill. But I mean, I say that there is plenty of skill involved in Melee. It's just practically the duel is decided in the stash and the player's understanding of the matchup. So far, I believe 3-0 in favor of Bankai. Big hits from the jab early on, but a huge claw cuff from the Fury Druid player Root. Trying to make a big comeback here. This is, oh my God, and he does it. Now 2-3, epic matchup between these two, back and forth. Oh yeah, true. It's a good point, Bruno. I mean, dude, but here's the thing. I think we talked about this last week. I think it's because of the actual larger Diablo community's confusion of what melee actually is. Melee is physical close range damage, right? That relies on hit calculations. Now it's tied up between these guys. Holy shit. But dude, if you look at like PD2 and you look at like any other mod that has focused on melee characters, what do? They add a whole bunch of elemental attacks or elemental damage or splash damage or all of this shit to their melee attacks. And that's just not what melee is. I honestly feel some type of way about Berserk being magic damage and not just asinine amounts of physical damage. Like if you go Berserk, just bump the damage up to way more. You know, that's all you got to do. Tie game between these two. I'm not 100% sure about that, JLK. I think it's pretty even currently across the board. There's no one real dominant class in Melee right now, which I really like. But you know what? You know what I'm really hating is that Dins don't really seem to be that dominant class, and they should be. All right, we got to figure out how to make that a thing again. Make Dins great again. Holy shit! Big comebacks here from Root. Very close round on all of these so far. Really showing off the technique, the savage build of this Fury Druid, man. Jab greater than Zeal. I mean, unless you've got Lucille, we just easied Benkai. It wasn't even. I don't even think it was close. I think I still had like 100 life left. It wasn't even close. What's he talking about? Limit 2? Oh, for swaps? Theoretically, you could do unlimited swaps in the DFC. There's no rules against the amount of swaps. But people usually don't spend all of their time at the stash and usually only go in for 1 or 2. If it ain't a problem, screw it. Jam it, slam it, Alabama it. And there it is, man. Now, whatever he's doing, Benkai making a comeback, making some changes here that are making a difference. Let Dins use Fort versus Zan in Melee? Discuss. I say we unban Phoenix. I think that just makes more sense. Because Phoenix makes you make decisions. Fort really doesn't. Fort is just the go-to. Phoenix, you're making decisions around it. That's actually a good question. I'd have to check the rules, Bruno. But I think Fort Shield or Phoenix Shield is banned. Not sure about the weapon. If it does a lot of elemental damage, it's probably banned. Always talking shit in DFC when one is stuck in pub doing dumb shit. Wait, who? Lamp on one? Nah, bro, don't you know it all comes from the chat, PK? Holy shit, man. All right, Fury. I thought Jab was supposed to be good. I thought it was supposed to be dominant. Look at this. Holy shit. This is a close one, man. 5-7 so far. About EVS? Oh, word. I did best on Zeal versus Jab with EDC, SS, and G-Face. Yep, I like it. Oh, yeah, Root just keeled over. He wasn't even one at that last point. He's just like, yeah, we ain't coming back from this. Now 7-6, I believe, in this epic melee match between these two. Get him. Oh, shit. The Jin Shin hater, he's subscribed to see you get wrecked, bro. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's just going to fuel the Jin Shin, though. Jin Shin top player, dude. This guy's a threat. I feel like it's like a Cobra Kai gathering every week. And if it was, like, Jin Shin would be the star, the dojo star of the Cobra Kai. You know what I mean? I can see it. 9-6 here so far for Root. Root looking for one more win to secure this melee victory in his first bout back in a very long time. And here we go. Bankai trying not... Oh my god, huge hits from Root. Seals the deal in seconds. Let's take a look at these guys' gear. That was nasty. What a nasty melee match between these two. Oh man, perfect EBOTD there on the Druid player. Look at these 395, 40 IAS jabs, 13 strength, 2010 passives on the gloves. Beautiful, dude.
Finally, DFC on a Friday.
Cooch!
Let's get weird.
Big cheers to you, man. Big cheers to getting weird. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate that 5 spot. Bankai with this gear, man. Look at this. These Zan players always decked out. Thanks so much for the 5 spot, Cooch. Really appreciate you, man. Huge. And there it is. Perfect EBOTD, matching 4015 joules in the 4-socket lifer armor for Root. This guy didn't skimp out on anything, right? This guy's got the typical, the High Lords. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's a maxer. So it's 40 ED on all of these, with 2 that have 15 IAS and 2 that have 15 max damage. That's interesting. Very interesting armor there. Technically min bugged, I would guess. But that seems to be a thing. That seems to be a thing in Melee that a lot of people are doing, is leaning into the bug in ways that benefit them. And look at these 44, 45 lifers with 3XX lifers on the small charm slots. Yeah, this is nasty. What a great setup. Matching jewels on this armor too. What a beautiful, beautiful armor piece. Nice Druid there, man. Sexy melee setup. Holy shit. Crazy. What a duel, man. And a big welcome back to Root. Holy shit. All right, here we are. Here we are. Wow. All right. We might have a little break. I know somebody who's not AFK. It might be Root. I'm going to message this guy and see what's up, because he's got himself an LLD match. And we might need to get ready for that, man. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous, man. He's gonna be on a Sork. Shit. This is gonna be vicious. It's gonna be hard. All right, you guys know how it goes. We gotta be ready for this, man. We gotta be ready. I gotta piss before I piss my pants versus Root. All right. We can't be having that happen. You guys watch The Throne. Feel free. Have some of the fruit if you want, but definitely don't allow lamp in here. Okay, not at all. Not a single lamp allowed in here. All right. That being the case, I'll BRB. You ain't got time for dueling?
Unborn battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now. Where you going?
Show a medal. Cooling crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for doing? Well, you better make time.
That's what we do.
Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys. All right. I'm a little nervous, man. Never know what we're going to be up against here. Could be up against some savagery, sorceress players. Let me tell you. What's wrong with this game audio, dude? What the fuck? All right, hold on. I'm going to exit out on this one. I'm going to exit out. I need my audio, man. I need my viciousness. All right, BRB. All right, we got to fire this back up. We got to restart this. If I can't hear my din smacking something, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't feel right. I need to hear my din connecting. I need to hear him kicking some ass, or else I can't get in the zone. I can't do it. All right, here we go. Just join the Discord, Golden, and just keep an eye on the announcements. And then if you need any help from there, just let us know. All right. We've got a sorceress. So we're going to have to hit hard. We're going to have to hit square. I'm going to guess. All right, he's ES fire, it looks like. Potentially ES. That affords me some more options. But I don't know if I want him. Crushing blow could be good, but also cannot be frozen could be good. Certainly resistance, fire resistance is going to be good here. That should be enough. I don't think there's any way that he can minus fire res. Or do we just go in big? We just go in big with the hits. I think we just go in big. Or... oh, I know what I need. All right, we're going to try it like this first. We're going to try it like this. And if it works, it works. Let's jam it. Let's get in it. Let's do this. All right, this guy's ready to throw down, ready to go. All right, we're not wasting any time. He says, I haven't used this build in a min. Oh, he's cold. Okay. All right, he's cold. I should have asked. All right, first one's free. First one's free. All good, brother. All right. What can they get? Minus 85? So we need like 160? Should be overkill, but should be good. Should be way overkill. All right. I'm scared now. Don't be. I still have this. I still have to figure out my gear, apparently. This is so bad. I don't know how I'm going to do this. All right. How did I do this before? All right. All right. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try her. How much fucking blocks this guy got? All right. We didn't even get him good. I don't even think we got him good. Oh my God, huge comeback. GG. We needed it. We needed it. Dude, I still feel like this is not the right setup. Like something's wrong with this. All right. I mean, just got to jam it. Or is it 1-1? Holy shit. Is that an F insight, you little cheeser? Fuck no, bud. I only saved that for you. Keep death spell? I mean, maybe. Just don't get hit. God damn, Root. Just rep to full. That's all we can do. He can't rep, we can. Oh, shit! Patience! Patience! Holy shit!
Good to see you.
All right, 2-1. This doesn't feel good, though. I feel like something's wrong with this build. Something is wrong with this. Right. All right. We in this. We in this. Let's get in the zone. All right, it's 2-1. He always starts up with some big damage early on. That's what he does. He gets in there. Okay. Okay. Good hits. Okay. Here we go. Gonna rep to full. We're gonna do this right. Holy shit, man. Come on, baby. Come on now. The patience of punch. The life rep of buoy. We can do this. The patience of punch, the life rep of buoy. I believe. I believe. We can do this. Damn, son. All right, I gotta make a swap. GG. I gotta make a swap. I've noticed that I maybe it's on my mercenary, but there's an item that I should have that I don't.
Good evening.
Maybe it's in the cube? Nope, could be on the merc. It is. It is on the merc. Okay. Massive cold rest.
To good use.
That's what we need. This will allow us to use this. And then I think it also allows us to do this. And we just want to be fast. We want to have this. I think we're good here. And then theoretically, we can also do this. But this is a very, very strange spot to be. It's gonna require a different strat. All right, it's 2-2. Here we go. All right, what the fuck is this? He's just gonna run? We're gonna fucking ban ES Sorks. This is so gay. Like, this is so gay. Just straight ban. Like, they lose mana and then they just run. We're not doing any damage, which seems weird. Fucking ban him. Likely the gayest duel I've ever been a part of. Not gonna lie. Like, holy shit. How come he's not taking any damage? All right, how much rep we got? How much rep we got? We can, I guess we just fully drain his mana every time he comes in. He'll back off, we'll rep life. So stupid. This is ridiculous. He has rep life too, which is not allowed. Now that we know that, let's just make it a duel. All right, GG's. GG's. He has rep life. It just goes on forever. It's not allowed. So that's it. My only out to a late sorceress is to just do like damage over the course of an hour, which I'll get there. I'll out rep it because an ES sort can't have rep life. It's single-handedly why we did that. Here, I'll show you. We'll pull it up. All right, here it is. LLD, low-level dueling. Replenish life. Capped at 22. Sorceress cannot have any rep life if using mana shield, if using energy shield. I was literally waiting. I'm just like, okay, I've done some damage. If the life comes back, yeah, like it's pretty standard. Like you can't have rep life. Literally, I played to my only out versus an off-screen Sorc, which is just FOH, and theoretically, I think his ES is too high. If I'm guessing, like. Because this should do damage. Like, so where is it? Like, all right, low-level duels. This should do damage. Where is it? Sorceress can absorb no more than 60%. So, like, you do the math, it's like how much FOH damage? It's 395 divided by 6 times 0.25. You should be taking like 16 damage per FOH with that. Like it should do some damage, or it could be worse, or it could be like I think it might come out to the same, but like 395 times 0.25 through resistances divided by 6. Yeah, it comes out to like 16 damage. Yeah, so his ES is too high. He's got rep life. This is what... it is tilting because I'm assuming he played by the rules that we had, but he didn't. So we don't have to ban ES Sorcs. We've essentially fucking cut their balls off because of this. You see how... This is exactly what I mean, though. Like, you see how fucking tilting that duel is? It's completely off-screen, off-map. The ES Sorc wins if they have any rep life or anything. So it's like... And it's the least exciting, not fun for literally anybody involved. Like, that's why, yeah. So, what's the ES percent? $60 is like really high though. Like that is extremely high for a, like it's hard to get that. It's hard to get there, like unless you really commit some to it. Yeah, because the difference, oh my fuck, is that can actually be dealt with, and it's pretty exciting. Who are you serious that you would rather watch a Sorc lates around a map for fucking an hour on a duel? Like, is that exciting to you? What the fuck is wrong with you? What fucking... Who hurt you? ES Sorcs can't have any. What other class you got? Fucking Libby. Fucking Barb. Fucking Droid. We'll run it back though. Gotta get to other matches. Yeah, it sucks. ES Sorks are fucking stupid. It's why there's so much restrictions on them. That's literally we watched that happen. We watched that happen in a match in LOD, like an actual LOD. We'll cut over to Green Lungs next if he's ready for a melee match. Yeah, we watched that happen in LOD before D2R came out, and that was single-handedly. We were like, all right, something's got to be done about that, right? Like, we had this hybrid tournament where we could use actual hybrids and like legit Grief of Honor, fucking Enigma of Peace and shit. You want to know what won? An ES Sorceress. Because they can just not get hit if they don't want to. And it's like, Sork, because of their natural teleport, you can't catch them. It's like, you think charge is broken because it can hit hard. It's like, teleport ES and rep life, you can't beat it. It's unbeatable. Let's get over there, man. Let's jam it. Let's get in there. Let's fucking reset. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Root didn't know that. It's no offense to him. He's probably playing off of another rule set. He shared it with me earlier. It's no offense to him. And he's probably used to that. It's probably how we practice on the Sork. But, I mean, there's a reason why we introduced the LLD rules that we did. Not only were they, like, pretty accepted at the time, you know, I'm not sure how they change all the time, but they were fair, and they also made for exciting duels. Like, I'm sorry, but ES Sork, it's why we fucking restricted in HLD. It's why we restricted in LLD. It's the most boring, stupid character that you, like, it just feels, it's not fun for anybody. Nobody playing it, nobody watching it. Like, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, honestly though, the rule set that Root shared with me is pretty cool because it allows druids to recast Cyclone armor, and I actually do like that. I think that's probably something that should be the case. But yeah, it's ES Sorks are just fucking dumb. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think he's got the Outer Cloister music going. Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't understand the difference, though, oh my fuck, you don't get it at all. Like, I think you don't get it at all. I think you're totally missing the point. Like, oh, you can one-shot, so therefore somebody should be able to engage in a miserable 5-hour fucking duel that is not fun for anybody involved. And that technically, if he was following the rules, I'd still win. Like, you know, I'd still win it. It's like you just FOH the whole time. You know, so it's like, I think you're missing it. Like, the point of the rules is not to be like, oh, this is so powerful and needs to be nerfed. It's just like, it's boring as fuck, dude. It is boring as fuck to be a part of, to watch anything. Who had fun watching that? Who was like, wow, this is a fucking awesome duel? Just get him out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. See you, bud. Get the fuck out. Yeah, tilted. Get the fuck out of here. Banned. Can't comment, can't come back. Fuck you. Get good. Make a PvP character and get fucking owned, you little shit. Say something. You can. That's right. Get fucking easy. Little fucking cunt. Little fucking cunt. Wannabe. No, and honestly, honestly, Root, you played the sorceress very well. Like, and like I said, it's not your fault. I'm sure you were following a different rule set that you just assumed probably was the same. It's not your fault, dude. We'll run it back. I'm totally interested in running it back. Not your fault, bro. Just little cunts exist all over the internet. We gotta fucking ban them. That's just... We gotta fucking ban them. There's a lot of cunts.
The Order welcomes you.
CEO moves to insta-ban ES Sorks. No, dude, I think that ES is in a good spot. It just felt bad because I'm like, how come I'm not doing any damage? How come... like, what's going on? I should be doing something. I think the reason it wasn't registering any damage is because of rep load. It was like, you do 16 damage. ES is going to eat half of that, so it's like 8 damage, I guess. Or more than that. It's like, so it's like 6 or 7 damage. It's not much, but it wasn't registering any. But with rep life, it wouldn't. It would be like, okay, by the time you score another one, the life is repped back. Yeah, no, we'll run it back. We'll run it back. I just saw a whole bunch of people streaming, and I was like, all right, I would hate to restart this route. Like, we'll run it back, dude. But I would hate to restart it because I know we had like 6 people waiting, and I was like, oh, fucking A. I feel bad. We'll run it back, dude. We'll run it back. And honestly, you played that very well. I was like, holy shit, dude. You can just tell when you're playing a good sorceress, like with the angles that they cut. Root was no stranger to that shit, dude. Holy fuck! Like you couldn't get a good angle on him. He was just always on the outside, right, cutting off your charge angle. It was like, all right, yeah, that was really good. Mutterman is live. All right, GG. By the way, I think we're 3-1 so far in Epic Barb versus Trans Barb. Holy shit, close one between these two. Yeah, it's definitely not. Root is a savage player. He's savage in every format he plays in. It's like, yeah. Root is... If you've ever seen him on an HLD ES Sork, he's even more discouraging. Like, if you've ever seen Root on a 95 ES Fireballer in HLD, you'll want to quit dueling after dueling him. It's like, holy shit, you can't, it's miserable. You're like, all right, yeah, I see how this is gonna go. He's good, dude. He's no stranger to that build. All right, GG, thank you. Yeah, hashes always comes in a little high. Good adjust it. Appreciate that, Bruno. All right, what is this? 4-1? Holy shit, 4-2. Yeah. No, he's good, and that's the thing. I noticed that after round 1, I'm like, all right. Round 1, I wasn't prepared for a cold Sork, but additionally, I was like, yeah, he knows his angles and shit too. All right, he'll be on Druid, dude. I think it would actually be equally as hard if I was on Charger. I say we run it back. I'll go Charger, dude. You could be on Druid. I'll be on Charger. I think that's a pretty bad situation for a Charger. I think that's it's equally as miserable for me, but it's way more exciting for people to watch. Druid just gets in there, stomps. Holy shit, man. Asha having some trouble now. Wolfbar making a big comeback. Holy, it was only a matter of time. Difference between having a non-druid character morphing to a wolf is that they don't enjoy the hey, you're at 1 and you know you morph back to human form. If you're a barb and you're in wolf form, you just die. It's like, it's very strange. Nimrod and I are ready when you are. All right, GG, Hasha. Greenlung's making a swap. Greenlung's making swaps. He doesn't have chill on. Interesting. No cold check for the cold damage. That's usually something. A lot of times in Melee, people will have some sort of cold check on their build, some residual amount of cold damage, because it forces your opponent to go cannot be frozen. But Wolf Barb is going ultimate meta here, and he's knowing that most people have probably built their builds around having cannot be frozen anyway. So he has no cold check. It's basically a, you know, a Raven Frost is like 250 AR. You've, you know, I guess it's 20 dex too, but really meta gaming. I love it. Greenlung's going. He's trying to get this fortitude proc knocked off. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. Oh, you had the chilling armor up? Oh shit, okay. All right. Dude, epic match. It's so good to see Greenlung's back and tearing it up, dude. Like, this guy, inspirational barb right here. Like, I actually, when I was gonna go, I was supposed to have a duel with Mulder. It didn't end up happening, but I was supposed to have a duel with Mulder, and I considered using a barb and like taking some of Hash's ideas or Greenlung's ideas and being like, okay, how do I get 50k defense? And then no matter what he does, he's gonna have trouble hitting me. I forgot why barbs use strength buffs on bow weapons. Yeah, it's so that their gear doesn't fall off like that. It happens a lot in Melee. It happens with Dins, barbs, just about. There's a lot of classes that when they swap to their battle orders, their armor actually falls off, especially people who are using Fortitude, like Fortitude Sacred Armor. It's common. But it also happens in HLD. They'll swap out to like Warcry amulets with strength, Warcry sticks with strength, all to keep their gear on, all to keep their Enigma on. Their Enigma or like their just the stuff that just so their gear doesn't fall off. Sometimes boots, like if they have double upped gores, although it's not necessary to keep your battle orders up there, it sucks to get like PK'd when you're bowing and then you can't pick up your body. Dude, that would actually be pretty sick, Brody. Yeah, that would be sick. I mean, as long as it didn't like trash your items, right? I honestly think that Melee does need a facet. Like, you need physical facets. I think that would be sick. It's like I said, I think there was this era of D2, and you can really see it with mod makers when they make mods, is they've, instead of leaning into like making melee weapons do more damage, more physical damage, they lean into like giving them elemental damage, which just doesn't make any sense. Like, just make them do more physical damage, right? You look at all of like the exceptional uniques, and even some of the elite uniques, and the damage numbers on them are so bad comparatively. Like, their normal counterparts just outshine them for that level. Especially when you consider like Crushing Blow from Nasher and shit. Holy shit, close duel between these guys. Minus physical res. Wow, yeah, dude, I think that'd be sick. I think it'd be sick, dude. That might actually be what physical damage characters have needed all along. And also, like, you could use it on a Zan, I would imagine. Like, certainly there may be rules around it in Melee. The community, like some Melee communities already ban facets altogether. Fizz facets don't even exist. They ban facets altogether. Makes sense. What else would you really need them for? Theoretically, they're banned in DFC because they give elemental damage. But like, can you imagine, dude? Can you imagine a physical facet that just does like damage plus 15, damage plus 20, plus 5, minus 5, corpse explode on death? 1/1 butter manti? Oh shit! I think you would need damage plus in there because all of them add like elemental damage to their element. You'd need damage plus, just like on Grief, but damage plus. That would actually be, I would welcome that, dude. I think that would be a great change. It would be a change with the thought in the right place. There it is, that beautiful Iron Maiden proc off from the armor. That's what Green Lung swapped out to there. I think he gave up the Fortitude armor in consideration of more defense, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back, because yeah, that Fortitude was getting the job done. Remodded has them? Really? No shit, Brody. Dude, weren't you jamming with Llama the other day? Did I see you guys trying to jam at least? He was like trying to join your game or something? Was that you? When he was jamming Remodded? I was like, that's my boy. I think more testing needed with FCR, because you got to figure with FCR, it's much like Sunder Charms. On their face, it seems like a good idea, right? But then when you realize it's only benefiting the sorceress, you know, more than anything else, it's like lopsidedly more than anything else. I think more testing needed on FCR, Jules. But like, this is the first time I've ever heard of Fizz damage Sunders, and I love it. That's a step in the right direction, man. This is a back and forth battle between these barbs here. Might look like it's a druid out there, but that right there, that is a barbarian in wolf form. Wolf howl for the helm. Yeah, Wolf Barb is getting those trans doo-doos on the map. Holy shit. He's got the Fortitude armor there too, you can see. Oh, that's what it is? Plus 5 min, plus 5 max? So it's like adds 5 damage. Well, adds 5 damage and damage plus is different. I think for a 49 level requirement facet, adds 5 damage is stupid. It's way too low. Do it with like 50. Like, okay, that would make sense. 50 min, 50 max. That's a good facet. On top of like minus 5, plus 5. That would be really good. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, Golden. I just think that more testing needed. Because, yeah, that's a big one. That's a big change. And affects some very important breakpoints. I'll send screenshots of Jewel. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, please do. Damn, son. This is back and forth. All right, let's I'm gonna cut over. It looks like Montreana is throwing down versus Butter, and Butter is back, man. I think these guys still have a few rounds left, so let's see if we can catch a round with Montreana. Montreana's got to switch back to the 1920 by 1080. 2-1 so far. Oh, all right. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, that's cool. He says they agreed to it. He says, sorry, can't do it. Look, I'll allow it. No worries. I'll allow it. I almost just straight allowed it anyway because it's Montreana. And we just want to see him break shit. Like there's... It's now 2-1. I didn't catch who it was in favor of, whether it was Montriana, Butters. All right, so it looks like Butter is on a Necro. Holy shit! Montriana closing the distance, getting in there, Zerkin. Does he have Bull Cathos set? No, he's got Grief. I think that's maybe Flame Bellow Blade, unless he's like enchanted himself. Holy shit. Crescent Moon. Holy shit. All right, he's got a Crescent Moon. Bro's got Crescent Moon. Now you see the thing is, Butter's got to be very evasive here. He's got to be very evasive. He's got a Savage Barb player hunting him down. Oh, nice Zerk there from Montriana. He's casting the summons with Crescent Moon. Oh yeah, Montriana pushing the limits, or yeah, Crescent Moon Champion Sword. That's how he's doing it. Big hits there though from Butter. He's got a ground limb, like a demon limb on the ground. Oh my god. Yeah, there's not many charges. Like it would be hard to keep up all of his summons all the time. Like he's still got to kind of pick his shots, but this is going to allow him to keep Oak up a lot. You know, he's just going to have some residual pets in front of his in front of these bone spears or these bone spirits. And theoretically, if you have enough pets, you can block a bone spear. Holy shit, big hits from Butter. Nicely done there. Great use of the bone prison. And especially when you've got a Savage like Montriana hunting you down with some beautiful Zerks early on. Yeah, genius, dude. I'm telling you, you got Punch's gears turning, Montriana. You got Punch's gears turning. One of the most creative Bard players ever. This guy's like, oh shit, I never thought of that. That's fucking good. That's good, man. Yeah, see, I say this all the time, man, about like how creative Montriana is and how like inspirational his level of creativity is. Like just the type of shit that he does is so out there, so wild. Yeah, there's his ground enchant right there. It's literally on the ground. Drops it on the ground, buffs himself up. He's like, let's go. This man has min-maxed the shit out of this barb. What language is that, dude? Y'all heard that, right? Is that Korean? Japanese? Polish? Yeah, what the fuck was it? You heard it, right? I always wonder how the levels are, and like if you can hear some of that stuff. He like couldn't carry anymore, and his character just freaked out in a whole different language. Oh, beautiful Zerk early on from Montriana. I'm unsure if it's 3-1 or 2-2. Montriana looking for that Zerk, and he gets it with the signature Montriana yell at the end. Damn, son. All right, so it was 3-1. Now it's 3-2. All right, GG. Holy shit. Montriana back against the ropes. Yeah, it definitely sounded different, Odin. That's for sure. Montriana with the Zerks, man. Montriana. This guy. if nothing else, comfortable on the most uncomfortable barbs. This guy always coming in clutch. While these guys get ready here, let's kick back over to Greenlung, see how this duel is going. Oh shit. Oh shit. I just see him stop streaming there. Shit. I hope we didn't miss it. Oh shit. Timing is hard. Timing is hard. GG's, Greenlungs. Who won that, dude? Wolf Barb versus Greenlungs 50k defense barb, the inspirational melee barb for many. Wolf Barb won 10-6? Damn, son. Holy shit. GG's. That was an epic match. Why the switch off from Fort? We saw you swap off from Fort there, and it looked like Fort was doing some good damage. Looked like that set you up pretty good. But then you swapped to higher defense. Were you, and admittedly, I wasn't fully aware of the score at that point. It could have been you were behind. I wasn't sure, but it looked like you were doing pretty good. Holy, Montriana whirls his way in and gets some Zerks off, but he does eat quite a bit of damage for his trouble there. And gotta love this, dude. Look at this. Butter just still very comfortable at close range. Look at these beautiful bone prisons here. Nice chain from Montriana. And this is the trick that that you got to get good with on a Necro too, especially in this matchup, is getting comfortable with casting that bone prison at close range, looking for it, right? Just like that right there. That was beautiful, but Montriana immediately had the answer. Immediately had that Zerk ready to go. Melee champ at the moment is Mildred Werecat. Yep. She's been tearing it up, man. She's on vacation this week, you know? She's out doing what werecats do, probably on a snowy beach somewhere, enjoying some margaritas and blood of her enemies, I would guess. Cooley, because he's the host, LOL. That's right. If I go up against anybody, they're gonna have to concede. All right? They better hope, if they're the champ, they don't get me. They don't get paired against me. Most of them concede out of pure intimidation. But those that don't suffer from unbearable embarrassment. Usually. Unless you're rude on a cold sword. Yeah, Mildred, another girl gamer, dude. Yeah, and champ too. And champ. Replace that girl gamer with chick champ. All right. Showing these boys how it's done. No, the lag isn't an excuse. All right, lag that's legit. You can always see it. It's not zero. When has my ping ever been 0? Therefore, lag. Right? So, you figure it out. Holy shit! Epic duel between these two. And Butter squeaks that one out, dude. Epic performance though from both these guys. And this is what I mean, dude. I love watching Montriana because it's always something that, like, you take into account, right? And this time we saw Crescent Moon on this barb. Crescent Moon, and I think Grief? I think it was Grief PB was his other weapon here. Yeah, that was single player lag. It happens, dude. Shut up, Brody. I told you not to say anything. No one saw it. The VOD's down now. So. Shh. Dude, yeah. Butter ain't messing around, man. Look at this. That's actually a sick amulet. 30 strength, 220. Holy shit. Sick FPK ring there, too. Look, you don't need perfect gear, man. It ain't about the perfect gear. Yeah, it was... Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Freaking Brody. God, this freaking guy. What's he talking about? Me versus this Necro next week must avenge the Montreana. Damn, son. That was actually really good. Very nicely done. All right, let's cut over to Hasha. I think also Nimrod. I see Nimrod throwing down. Is he going up against Hasha here? Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. It's Nim v. Hasha. All right. Hasha coming in here with a sick barb. Sick barb player. Ready to throw down in melee. Yo, Root, are you around, dude? I think if we get a spot, we'll run it back, dude. Run the Druid. I'll run the Charger. I think I'm still boned. But at least this is going to be a fun duel. I think we're going to see some Root KOs. Hasha with the zoom in. Dude, I'm telling you, Nimrod is on a whole different level, man. Whole different level. But so is Hasha. Comeback of the Melee Knight right there. Nimrod, dude, I went up against him just before the stream started here. And look, I remember the early days of Nimrod. This guy coming in here, tracking down melee items. Coming in with some budget charms that didn't even have lifers. This guy trashed Negan. He trashed me with my Lucille. So clearly he's hacking, but still, this guy is built different. This guy's damage is through the roof. I'm telling you. Resilient. And dude, look at this. Speaking from experience, knowing that we smacked the Nimrod with a pretty heavy, hard-hitting one-hander with like massive deadly strike and all of this, and we weren't doing half the damage there that Hasha was doing with that concentrate. That was big. He's either getting some big rolls or this is a pretty formidable foe for Nimrod. Nimrod's DS helm is GG. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. 2 socket Vizzo, 10 deadly strike. And what was it? Life? I think it was life, right? That never... Got it. How do you have footage, Brody? That obviously never happened. What is this shit? How do you have footage? That's AI shit. Fake. Clearly, I'm calling fake on that, man. AI can do a bunch of shit these days, huh? Make it look like I lost to a quill rat. Fucking hey, never would happen. Never. All right, Hasha going back, and it looks like he's making or at least pointing out. I was adjusting the e-sig there, but he's got some AR charms in his inventory to get that AR up there. Good idea versus a Din. I mean, this is a classic bout between Barb and Din, because both of these guys are really good at stacking up defense and AR, really. So this is always an epic match, and when you get two players like this, damn, son, like back and forth. Look at this. Nimrod was 1. Very, very close. All right, here we go. 3-1 in favor of Nimrod. Hasha trying to make a big comeback. In for the cinematic zoom. This guy, I'm going to say top tier melee player just for that right there. You see the cinematic zooms this guy goes in with? Who else does that? Who does that shit? And look at what this does for him. Look at what it does for him. Boom, big comeback. It's that cinematic zoom, baby. Holy. Close duel, man. Neck and neck. This is an epic melee matchup. I love this matchup, man. It's like I said, I think it's pretty balanced, all considered. Both characters really going to stack up, trying to outstack the other with AR and defense. And man, you got to really know the matchup. You got to know the best approach. And it looks like it's possible that Hasha is even using Ariat's face here, because Ariat's face also has a little hidden ability that not many people care about or pay attention to. Has that 20% bonus to AR. Dude, wasn't that savage, Graham? I found the other day, I found a helm that like that helm that he was using, the destroyer helm, that had a perfect roll on ATD, and I kept it. I was like, dude, if I ever do that, I'm totally taking the green lungs approach. That guy is a genius. It single-handedly made me consider bringing a barbarian to the field against Mulder. I was like, I could just, whatever he's doing, he goes in with a Zan, goes in with a Din, just ATD all the way, baby. I got one with perfect rolls minus ATD. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, I got one with 77 ATD. I had to check. I was like, is this perfect? Asher says, rude. Look at this. Big hits early on. Holy man, 5-2. Nimrod is a savage, man.
I am overburdened.
Forgive me. Forgive me.
Switches to the legacy graphics mode. Everybody, there's a lot of things that people do. I'm not sure if that was accidental or not, but there's a lot of things that people do in Melee that they think pleads to the RNG gods of them being able to hit. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was it. You see a lot of times people using the in-game chat command. There is a surprising amount of Melee lore surrounding this, and by that I mean Melee superstition surrounding this, where so many people do that when they're low, when they need that last hit or whatnot. See, there it is again. Nimrod, no stranger to this. Praying to the RNG gods of Melee here. Paying off. He's landed a couple of hits. Oh my god, huge comeback though from Hasha. Yo, I'm just checking out this jewel too. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see. Yo, this is the jewel I'm looking at right now. This is for remodded, right? It's got like 10% enhanced damage, adds 10 to 20 damage. Enemy physical immunity sundered a little bit. That needs way more enhanced damage. That falls right into the category of being scared of enhanced damage. That needs like 30. Maybe more, maybe 40. Look at this. Can you imagine if someone just got PVM'd by that Bone Mage? Can you imagine melee PVM from the Bone Mage? Then I think we would obviously have to swap the discussion from me ever dying to a Quill Rot, and clearly it would have been Hasha versus Bone Mage. I had my fingers crossed for that. If anyone brings it up in the future, like Brody, when he's like, yeah, man, I got footage of you dying to a Quill Rat, we could be like, don't you mean Hasha dying to a Bone Mage? And then we saved the clip. It could have happened. We were this close. I'm not even actually sure if it can happen, whereas this is normal. I guess they would have to be at 1. But even then, between MDR and all of this stuff, that was me dying, boss. It could have happened. Well, yeah, both players were low, but it looked like Hasha was like low enough where it was like, okay, he could get bone maged here. Still not as low as we died to Quill Rat. Never, dude. I don't know why. Why are you making shit up, Brody? Gosh, delete your footage, dude. Delete it, please. All right, this is quickly getting out of hand for Hasha.
I can't carry anymore.
But it appears as though he's confident in the build. He's confident in his selection here. He just needs the RNG to be in his favor. And so far, Nimrod just delivering some nasty hits, man. Holy, another close round between these two. Yeah, I agree, man. And you can see from Hasha's setup, his AR is like 30k just about. His defense is pretty godly. I really think he's just getting unlucky on these hits. Here's another thing that I always question if it's you might not be able to see it. Let's swap over to Nim and see if we can see it from his angle. That it's possible that he's getting stuck in like block animations or hit animations here. Let's cut over. See if we right as we do. You see, I told you he's hacking. Nimrod's hacking. You see this widescreen shit? That is, I can't even begin to describe the advantage you get in melee with that. I can't even begin. Like, you can see your opponent swinging from further away and stuff. So like, yeah, hacks. That's the only reason he'd be able to beat Negan with Lucille. It was the widescreen all along. Gosh, people need to play by the rules. Fucking A. Cinematic zoom from our boy, the Nimrod, as well. Look at him praying to the RNG gods. All right, so this is what I'm curious. I'm going to actually be looking on Hash's side to see if he's getting stuck in either like block animation or FHR animation or something that you might not necessarily be able to see, but it doesn't look like it, man. Doesn't look like it at all. And you might see a little bit of a weird tint here on Nimrod's screen. Don't worry about that. That's he enjoys the color pink, and that's why he has adjusted his game to display that color a little more. Yeah, no, he's definitely not getting caught up in it, dude. Like, these are just, it's just horrible RNG for Hasha. All right, and here we go. Epic cinematic zoom here. Big hits early on for Nimrod. He's looking to finish strong with an antagonizing time to die. Yeah, oh my God, says Hasha right in mid-duel. He says, not like this. Nimrod says 10-4, over and out. Not just the score, but that's a wrap. I feel Hasha, my RNG was trashed tonight as well. Damn, son. All right, well, now we need to get up in there with Negan and show these guys what real RNG looks like. We're going to break all the rules in Melee, and we're still going to win. Dude, was he using IK gloves there? Was it? Did I see that right? IK gloves? I love it. If so, that's insane. That's really cool. There's no shot, right? Those are clearly steel rends. There's no way that's IK, right? No point of it being IK. Beautiful steel rends there from Hasha. Oh, and look at this. A 100% perfect EDC. Beautiful. That's with the 9 life after each kill as well. Nearly 100% perfect dungos. 213 gores, all named too. Oh, that's the helm you're talking about. Okay, no, I don't know what I was seeing there. Those are clearly steel rends. But yeah, that was the helm you were talking about. I didn't quite catch it all. Coming for you, Mildred. Oh shit, there it is. There it is. And he might just make it happen, man. He might just find himself getting a shot. Because this guy is tearing it up in melee. An absolute savage, man. Din violence to its purest degree from this guy. Yo, Root, you there? I say we jam it. We run it back, dude. He's gonna run the druid. This is actually very bad for me, but that's fine. We're gonna jam this. I'm still okay with it. We're just gonna get in there and deliver the violence. It's the only thing we can do. I guess theoretically he can't recast bone armor, so we could go with Fist of Heaven's Conviction. But you know what? I say we just get in there. Deliver the violence, man. That's pretty much it. That's the name of the game. Let's do this. Let's have ourselves a good duel. Yeah, just get in there. Yeah, I think that's what we do. I guess we could FOH away the oak too, though. That's also a thing. All right, let's run it back, man. Let's have ourselves a good duel. Let's friggin' jam it. A good duel. All right, go, bro. Let's do this. I'm probably so dead. And no, I'm not swapping to the DR. He's going to try to telly stomp me here. We're going to try to get in. We got caught on the bear. We did connect, though. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ooh, good hit, good hit. Oh, man, I was hoping to catch him on the swap. I was trying to time him for the stomp. I was like, okay, he's getting this pattern of stomping, and I'm hoping I'm going to risk a NATO, and I'm going to go in. I'm going to go in when he swaps, and we're going to one-hit KO. That was the plan. Didn't quite pan out, though. Didn't quite pan out the way we'd hoped.
Good day.
All right, 1-0. 1-0 for Root. All right, here we go. Damn, son. All right. Damn. All right. All right. All right. All right. Game of patience here. It's a game of patience. Oh, that bear, bro. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, he was so lucky he swapped his shield there. Oh, shit! All right, hold on. Checking LL. I can't have more than 7, I think, from this. Let me just make sure I don't. No, okay. All right, GG. 7 is the cap versus a druid, which is another reason why I didn't use String of Ears. If I used String of Ears, the life leech that I would get off that, you might have noticed me getting life back charging the bear. It would be a lot. It would be over regulation. So 7% on the nose. The thing is, he could also just stop casting bear, and then I think that's really bad. That or wolves too seems really insane with a stomp. I was assuming that his strategy might be to just cast a ton of wolves and keep stomping. And I'm like, that would be bad. I would be forced to upcharge. But then if he gets connected on through an upcharge, that could be bad for him. Oh, I thought I was going to take his oak down there. All right, here we go. Okay, okay, okay. Oh my god, he's so good at swapping that. No friggin' way. All right, what's the score? 2-1. 2-1 in favor of Root. Well, if you Zeal, you get stuck in Zeal animation, and Root is a good enough Druid player to know that I'm stuck in it and to like smash me with NATOs. So I don't trust Zeal like that. I would rather just be able to accurately take out the oak and then set myself up for a big hit. Like, so you punch out the oak and then you go in for a charge. That's the combo. That's why he's so keen on recasting it. like Zeal isn't bad, but if your first Zeal takes the bear out and then you're just stuck in the animation. Oh yeah, he's gonna wolf it. He's gonna wolf it. Yup, wolf is the way to go, man. Holy shit. That's what I was afraid of. All right, we're gonna have to get creative. All right, punch out the oak, leech off the wolves. Upcharge here if he stomps. Yep, there we go. Oh shit, oh shit, okay. Oh my god. Oh man. He's trying to bait a charge in. That's why he's running. That's so fucking smart. He's trying to time my charge. I see what he's doing. Okay. Oh, man. We had to lull him to sleep there. (3-2). That was smart, dude. So what he was doing was, I think he was either out of tele charges or something, and he was trying to run in and trying to time my charge. He knew that if I saw him running, I would probably charge him. And whereas I was low, I only needed one NATO before I was dead. He was trying to bait in, like he was trying to bait me in, so I didn't take it. I can use more than one stick. Yeah, you can fill a cube. You can fill a cube if you want. All right, 3-2. He says done. He's doing it. Holy shit. All right, we got to be focused. This is Root. This guy is a savage. He might try to stomp. All right, upcharge for the stomp. Okay. Nice cut. Oh man, we're in some puddles now. All right, all right. All right, recover. Here we go. He might try to stomp. Damn, son. All right, we're in trouble. Okay. Okay. All right. He's going in. He's coming in full stomp. No! Good duels, man. Much deserved. Holy shit. Pier 7SF, my boy. Thank you so much for the 5 spot, brother. Big cheers to that. Damn. See, now that was a good duel. That's a duel right there that it goes long, but it's like, that's fun. You know what I mean? Like, you got to get tricky. It's a mind game. And Root, dude, savage on the Druid. Like, Root is Druid legend. If there ever was a Druid player that could do it in LLD and make that class look good, it's this guy. Honored to lose to this dude. Bro, that was sick. That was a good death. That was an acceptable death. Exactly. Yeah, let's show it off, dude. Here, we'll check it out. This is what Root was running right here. In case you were curious about the win doo-doo. Oh, wow. He's got a 5 NATO pelt, 1 socket, but faster hit recovery. You don't technically need a perfect spirit sword there with the, you know, to hit the 99 FCR breakpoint, I think is what they try to go for on the main. But yeah, you do need the ring. Beautiful ring here too. Rep life 5 is perfect for LLD. 90 is perfect on mana too, so that's huge. This would actually be an incredible BVC ring as well, or just barb ring in general. Throw barb, damn. Sick amulet too, Jesus. 15 12s in the inventory. That's beautiful. That's what we were rocking, man. Nothing but the top shit. Nothing but the top din shit, all right? We also rocked this for a little bit of cold res there. Gotta do it, man. And then, of course, the perfect rolled insight, dude. We don't mess around. Like, dude, he played well. He's good. I knew he would do it. I was like, if he goes to the wolf stomping, that's going to be pretty wild. Yeah, SOE is too much. Leech, I think. And I would have to give up FOH for Oak. I saw you pop those wolves one by one. I started, LOL. Dude, well, you were also careful not to stomp. You know what I mean? It was like I was ready with the upcharge and you noticed it off the first one and then you never stomped again. It was like, okay, now he's doing what a druid, like what an HLD druid does. And this is what I was afraid of. By the way, Full Wheel, my dude, thank you so much for the 10 spot. Holy shit. Big cheers, brother. Well played. Thank you for duels. Right back at you, man. Very well played. Like I said, if there ever was a druid player that could make the underprivileged druid class look good in LLD, it's Root. And there it is, guys. And new DFC champion coming out of nowhere. Root has demolished God the Bounty Hunter. Demolished him. So you think that one hit charge is OP. See, bro, there's ways to deal with it. You got to know what you're doing. It's only OP if I catch you, right? If you make it hard to catch, if you know what you're doing, dude. And so many times he was so clutch at swapping back to shield. My God, it's insane. By the way, big cheers again to Pier 7SF and Full Wheel. Bros, thank you so much. Really appreciate those. And Stadium PK says he's just about ready here. Are you guys, where are you guys jamming this? Are you guys going to be in the Join the Stream channel? They say we get over there. Let's grab a drink at the tavern, shall we? Don't by any means let Lamp in here. Lamp's still not allowed, okay? By the way, big cheers again. Official cheers from the tavern to Full Wheel and Pier. Guys, thank you so much. 10 spot on Foe, 5 on Pier. I think we'll have to, with that, we're going to have to restock the shelves, man. It's, no one's really tried this stuff, it doesn't look like, which is kind of a shame. Oh, see us in the teams. Oh, okay. All right, GG. Yeah, that's right. That would make sense. They would be in teams. Fucking G. All right, man. I'm going to get in there. I'm going to fucking bust right into the Canadian Team Canada. And holy shit, you know who we're going to fire up first here is our boy, Stadium. This guy is an absolute legend. Oh, this is going to be nuts, guys. I hope you're ready for this. This is the first ever time that team duels are featured here on a DFC episode. I'm actually pretty pumped about it. Let me get everything all switcherooed around here. And yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, let's fucking do it, man. Let's get over there. You might be able to hear it in the background. You know what's going down. You know what's up. Team duels in the DFC for the first time. We about to see it. We about to get the breakdown. We about to see the best of the best go at it. Let's quit wasting time and let's get in there, man. The animosity, the angst, it's killing me. weren't even sure if this was going to happen, man. It's really hard to get team events going. It's been something we've struggled with in the past for DFC, but thankfully we had Stadium PK, absolute team savage and legendary Rush V Camp player himself. Legendary player on so many classes, so many builds. This guy is nasty. Well, he just so happened to put together some teams here to showcase this here tonight, and hopefully this is something that we can get going in DFC events in the future. What you're about to witness is, I believe, a Rush V Camp match. And if you're not familiar with that, that's where one team rushes. They are responsible for going in and killing the camp team, who is basically going to sit there and camp their Zon. Might sound kind of late, might sound kind of gay, if you will, but this is actually a pretty fun way to duel, man. You're going to see a very interesting team composition on both sides, with roles being filled by the best of the best. Team dueling, so much different than 1v1s. This is where you're not only responsible for being good on your build, but responsible for knowing your role on the team. FPK characters such as the Trapsin, the Wind Druid, Bone Necro, Barb, all of these guys very popular picks, but also Zons and Dins these days, pretty good, man. It's a pretty good combo to have on a camp team. Most commonly, that's what camp teams are. That's what they consist of. The good old Zan launching those arrows across the map, and the Din spinning the hams to protect. That's right, because at the strength of all whammon Zans is a Din somewhere. I believe that's how the saying goes. The strength of all whammons comes from the Din somewhere. I don't know, it's a Facebook post, I think. Either way, you get the point. There's a Din at the core of the protection of the Zan. That is the camp team. They're going to camp that Zon. They're going to try to blow people up from afar. By the way, what's up, Laser? I think I just vomited watching this even start. LOL! All right, we're going to try our best to swap back and forth between teams here, and I may have to set this up differently in the sense that we can swap between Discord channels and have this be correct. Let me see what I can do here. See if I can add something. See if I can get this set up properly here. All right, we're gonna go here. We're gonna add this. We're gonna do this right. We're gonna, all right. All right, sweet. I think this is good. I think if I do it like this, you might not have noticed any change there. It might not look too different on your end, but on mine, I believe I now have the ability to swap back and forth. We can swap to row, maybe. Hold on. Oh, I got to pop it all out and everything. It's not smooth yet, but it will get there. We will get there. Smoothness coming soon, regardless. This is looking good. See if we can make some slight adjustments here. All right. It's about as good as it's going to get. No Sorks. Sorks do exist, I think. I'm unfamiliar with the team FPK setup rules. I know DFC by heart, practically, sometimes not. But, dude, not a lot of people run them, and there could be a reason for that. I think they straight up banned cold sorts because they're just so asinine, which makes sense. I totally get it. I mean, your whole team has to switch for cold res, making you weak to everything else. It's just like a meta play. If we wanted to play that way, I think all Cold Sork players are just melee players at heart. They love winning the duel in the stash. Not true? It's not true? Well, they should have. Basically everything but Sork is okay. ES Blizz is quite good versus Zon teams, though. No shit, okay. All right, these guys just gearing up here. We are watching Team Freedom versus Team Canada. Switching perspectives here. Let's see if we can check out. Oh, this is the Zon player right here. I can't quite see who this is here. As you can see on my screen, it's like whenever you have OBS going, it cuts you into streamer mode, which like truncates people's names. But this is the Zan player. Oh, that's Old Red. Old Red. Word. Okay. All right. Old Red on the Zon. Duel for no prob easy PKs. That means Cooley could join with 37 451s on a Zan and a Widowmaker. I can? By the way, Foe Wheel, my dude. Holy. Another big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much for the 5 spot, my dude. And here we go. We're off to a start here. Round 1. And you can see CT, I believe that might be Toshank there. This guy joining up on the teams. He's trying to protect the Zon. And then every time, this is kind of what happens. The other team has to be very keen on what's going on because they have to keep an eye on the dynamic of this Zon and Pally team, right? Yeah, there it is, man. We've got Toshank up in here too. Let's cut over to his perspective. He's lost his friendly Zon, but you see that Din. The Din, Spinner, and Zon is something that the whole team will practically keep their eyes on. Oh, looks like these guys are resetting. Not everybody was Hoss. That's all right. First one's free with Toshank anyway. You take his Zon down the first time, that's all right. He'll give you that one, but the next time, it's going to cost you. See, they're going to keep their eye on that dynamic, though, because the Druid has a specific role when that happens. If something happens there, the Barb does as well. Like, so, for example, if the Din strays from the Zon, there's not a lot of hammers up there. Both the Druid and the Barb have a role. The Druid is going to probably try to take out the Din, right? The hammer spinner. Probably going to try to stop him, chuck those nados, deal some devastating damage. The Barb can actually close the distance and land some savage hits on the Zon, right? So the Barb and Druid player are going to be watching for that. But then you might also have a Necro on the opposing team, and they do. And you can tell from the amplified damage. He has a couple of big roles on the team. Keep that amplified damage up. Beautiful chains there from Toshank. Just taking a little break from guarding the Zon just to chain a Necro real quick. It's in this guy's blood. He can't not chain people. Beautiful hits, and he almost finishes the Necro right there. And there it is. That's exactly what the Druid is looking for. He's looking for the Din to just step away a little bit. As soon as the Din steps away, that's it. And now we're back in. Oh, down goes Ro. The Barb player gets outworlded there. This is looking bad for Team Freedom. And now it looks like it might just be the Necro left here. There's going to be a lot of any time that there's an excuse for Bone Spirit spamming, that would probably be it. But it looks like he's going to town it. And this is Bick. This is Bick on the Necro. Wild, man. So Stadium's team won that one. Let's see if we can cut over to this. A little smoother. We're getting smoother. Damn, son, there's so much action all the time, and as soon as one player goes down, man, if you got a good Rush V Camp team that knows what they're doing, it ain't long before the rest of them follow suit. Bick the no-nuts, LOL. That just goes back to town. Come on, man. Where's the late spirit spamming? That's what we want to. That's the time we want to see the Necro do that and come out on top. There's never a time where I would root for a Necro to come out on top from late spirit spamming, but that would be it. You got like a 4v1 going on. You totally want to see that Necro win. and you don't care how he does it. All right, this time we're watching from Stadium PK's perspective. He's on the barb here, and he does a great job. He notices right then that Toshank steps away from the Zon. He gets in there. He scores some whirls, deals some devastating hits, and wisely just gets out of there, right? And that's how the whole duel goes. You look for these momentary windows of opportunity to get in versus the camp team, right? And now these guys are in trouble. We've got Toshank, and it looks like possibly the Necro player, and that's going to be, I think that's Bick. Feels bad. Oh, shit. Or maybe it's the Barb player. Yeah, it might be the Barb player. Yeah, and you see, this is an interesting choice of gear here. Look at what Stadium PK is doing. He has both setups on this Barb. He has a shield on one side so that when the Zon is alive, he has his shield out. But additionally, it's really good versus the Barb, right? If you get into those whirlwind battles with the Barb, you want that shield up. You want to be able to block some of those whirls. You'll win those whirlwind battles all day. But then, when the duel changes, when the dynamic of the team changes, he changes it live, just like this, man. And now that he's only got Toshank left on the Hammered In, he's now switched to the Grief Beast setup, and that's what he's chasing around with right there. Yeah, and Toshank goes to town. He says, all right, screw that. Beautiful setup there, though. That is really cool to see. So awesome to see these team duels, man, because you see gear choice and literally in the field dynamic swaps that you don't usually get to see anywhere else. Pretty nasty, dude. Let's go over to CBA, see what this guy is on here. This guy is on the Sin. Sin has a very interesting job in team duels, right? As you guys know, the Sin's Mind Blast is very powerful. And that is very good because it will constantly keep swirls up on just about any opponent, right? You can, on command, put the swirls on any opponent. You got a player like Toshank hunting people down who's really good at chaining on the Din. Would be really good if you didn't have to get in there and smite first, right? You could just have the Sin get in there, put the swirls over their head, and now they're going to get stunned by the FOH. They're going to get stomped. Like, you can commence the chain. The Sin sets up the combos. But another very important role for the Sin in team duels is to make the camp team move, right? What you'll see here from the Sin play is that he's trying to create a wedge between the Din and the Zon. And the way that he's going to do that is set up traps, make a move, or face some serious punishment for sitting there and standing still, right? So that's what he's doing right now, just baiting out the Zon. She's got her jabs out. So what's he doing? He's just sitting there making her cook in some traps. But you got some nasty Barb players. You got Toshank on your ass over here. These guys aren't going to let you set these up. Aren't going to let you punish the Zon like that. And that is the beauty of team duels, man. There's always, you can't over focus on one thing. Sometimes you just got to count your blessings, count the damage that you got, get out of there, right? Can't get too greedy. Druid POV, please. I'm not actually sure who's on the Druid. Is it Atlas? Trying to dial over to Atlas here. Oh, yeah, Atlas is dead. Holy, his whole team's dead. Holy shit. All right. Toshank coming back. All right, we're gonna try to cut back over to Toshank then. These guys are in town. Let's pop it out over here, see what some nasty chaining looks like. Back to the action. All right, so it looks like, it appears as though we've got the Necro left on the opposing team. It looks like, right? Evol is, yeah, he's the Necro. And, oh my God, dude, these guys just bombarding him. 4 players v1. That was pretty crazy. I think these guys are doing either an FT5 or maybe FT3, who knows? But epic, man. Yeah, let's check out the Druid POV. I think that would be really cool to see, man. They have a very special role, big damage, and come to find out, as some of you may know if you've ever done some team duels before, the Druid's NATOs synergizes very well if you have a Necro on your team casting Amplify damage. The Tornadoes, while it looks like it might be some magical spell cast, is actually physical damage. And Amplify damage lowers your opponent's physical resistance by 100%. So that damage from those NATOs is going to get amplified. It's huge. Yeah, Zon's got those jabs out. Could be a mistake. That Zon ideally always wants to be shooting arrows. It blows up the pets of not only, you know, the Shadow Bay, the wolves, making the druid easier to hit for the din, for the barb, you know, but it blows up just about everybody in the opposing team is going to have pets. It blows them up and does deal residual damage. Big hits. Beautiful play there from this guy, from Atlas. That's who's on the druid right here. Remember how I said these guys have to be very keen on the relationship, the current positioning of the Zon and the Din. And that's exactly what Atlas was keen on. He says, okay, we've got a little bit of space. I'm going to stomp the Zon. That's exactly what he did. Zon had the bow out. He just closes the distance, gets in there. And now what he's going to be doing is hunting down Toshank, right? Although the druid would prefer to go after the Din, he can take shots at the Zon, right? But this is his bread and butter. This is what he wants to be doing. He wants to be getting in there versus Toshank. Takes out the Necro with a nasty stomp. Atlas is a savage in team duels, man. Atlas is also on Stadium PK's team here. Stadium PK on the Barb, Atlas on the Druid, and these guys are just tearing it up, man. What an incredible team comp. And this team is trying to break up the Zon team. It's trying to break up the camp team, right? And this is what I mean. It might sound like the camp team, you know, there's a whole bunch of lates and bullshit, right? But as you can see, these duels are pretty fast-paced. Like, there's always something going on. Always a perspective to check out. And just always very intricate decisions being made on so many different levels. How long did it take RVC players to get used to the absolute clutter of spells and shit on the screen? I have much trouble focusing on anything in team duels. Dude, you're not alone. You're not alone, Cooley Bay, all right? I'm the same way. It took me a long time. Team duels felt really chaotic, like there was so much going on. But I think that's why we're trying to explain the roles of these as we go through, because although I'm not an expert in team duels, I'm learning the roles. And if you learn the roles of each class, you can then understand how you might counter them and also ideally what they're looking to do, right? So instead of just, you know, kicking back on the Necro and getting smashed, which is what happened to me in team duels at first. Just kicking around on the Necro, getting smashed up, dude. That was my entire experience. Until I realized that I'm a pretty important factor to get out. If the team sees me separated, they'll just jump on me. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. You're assuming I'm a good Necro. And casting amp is pretty nasty. Wiz tearing it up here. Wiz is the Sin. And not only do they have the ability to split up the camp team, but man, these traps, pretty nasty. Jack goes to town here. Another win for Stadium PK's team duels over here. Let's get kicked back over to Atlas, dude. This guy is a savage. Where did Atlas come from? This guy on a Druid in team duels is pretty insane. This is Stadium PK's team. Stadium PK's Barb there named Diesel. You might have seen the highlights on his YouTube channel where he was beating up on a whole bunch of Dins. And then there's a video on his YouTube channel where there's some random Din, top Din in the DFC, I believe, joined up, and he had to end the video. He had to stop the recording. Yeah, there to avenge all the Dins. But that is the only Din in existence that this guy has trouble with. Come to find out, he's a pretty savage Barb player, pretty savage on a lot of different classes, man. Oh, okay, that's his Druid Wiz. Okay, I get it now. It's all starting to make sense. All right. And now you can see, man, these guys are they just get amped by that Necro. A good Necro will keep that up all the time. And you see, great gameplay here. He realizes all of his pets are gone. He needs to go recast. He's not getting greedy. He's not looking for a shot. He's getting in there. He's just throwing a NATO in the middle of the pack. His whole job is to try to capitalize on the separation of the Din and the Zon, right? Whichever one he can take, he's gonna go for it when they get separated. Now, ideally, he'll go up against the Din. But look at this. When you got Toshank chaining you like this, dude, and you're trying to recast those pets, that's a bad situation. If you got a good Din player like Toshank, he's gonna be keen on that shit, man. And he will punish you for it. A lot of times Druid players and team duels think it's free to just go AFK or go out of the battle somewhere and recast, but you can't always get away with it. These guys regrouping back here. Looks like they might, you know, they're probably just waiting for the amp to go off, like waiting for amp to die down, because clearly they might have lost their Necro on the other team. That's what I would guess. That's where I think this is going. Let's cut over to Toshank here. Let's see how this is looking. Yeah, it looks like they lost their Necro. Foozer, man, co-cast and when? Dude, I'd be down for that. Foozer, where you at, bro? Yep. Yeah, I figured as much. Whenever you see a group on a team just kind of sitting around on a map, and they all have amplify damage on them, and they're all just kind of huddling there like a bunch of zombies, it's probably because the Necro is down. So if you ever see your teammates doing that, it's probably a good idea to go join them, right? Like, otherwise you're kind of the odd man out that everybody's hunting. Beautiful change there. Beautiful looks from Toshank. Now he's trying to get these stomps in. Oh my god, and he's also got Wiz, aka Atlas, on him. Holy shit, beautiful stomp. And he might have, Atlas might have eaten some of those hammers too. That was a great field there. And the beautiful part about this is that these guys still have the Din and the Zon. This is the core of the camp team here. And then of course you have the Necro on the team, who is always trying to cast that amp, making those arrows hurt more. Oh my god, and a beautiful follow through from Toshank.
Welcomes you.
Damn, son. And then of course, what would any team comp be without a Barb on it, man? That's probably one of the most useful characters in a lot of ways. Barb, not only for the bow, right? But as we've seen, they have the ability to close the distance on the Zon, should the Din stray away a bit, right? And if they've got that bow out, that's going to be some pretty bad news, right? But also, Barb bow going in for the Zan, and they also have leap, right? So that might not seem like a big deal, but if you've got a Din who's always paying attention, you got a player like Jess, and that Druid comes in there and gets leaped out of his pets, that's a very crucial window right there that the Barb has opened up for savage players that are trying to defend that Zon. Some days I watch the DFC driving home from work. Really safe, I tell you. Yeah, see, look, you ain't the only one, Graham, all right? I hear people are doing that, so what we try to do is articulate everything. The only time it feels bad is when I'm in a duel, and I don't always articulate very well, especially when I'm the champ, you know, and you got savage players like Root coming up against you. You got to get the fucking zone. You can't lose, right? You got to get in the zone. Can't lose. You got to jam it. Dude, we try to articulate what's going on so that people know, all right? Just in case you're watching, you're listening to the audio only. Toshank straying from his Zon a little bit to go after Stadium PK. He does score a few hammers. Stadium PK now in trouble, but I believe, yeah, Draco is down. They've now lost their Zon because of it. As soon as the Din goes away, look at how all of that team just circles the Zon. And now you're down a player. You no longer have the core of the camp team. And it's basically 4v3 now, 3v3 it looks like, or no, 3v2. These guys have lost their Barb and their Zon, and it's now the Necro in Bick versus it's Necro and Din, Bick and Toshank versus the team, dude. I believe they have just about all of their guys except for Stadium PK. We're now watching Toshank's point of view. He's still doing great on this Hammered In, but one would think that especially since they have their Necro, it's only a matter of time before Atlas gets in there with a pretty nasty stomp. That's why you'll see Toshank swapping back and forth every time that he can, every time that there's a spare moment. He's trying to cleanse off that amp, because Amp NATO, especially at his current life total, is really bad. And he gets a nasty stomp in on the Sin, scores some hammer damage, and just wisely gets out. Again, you can't get too greedy. Look at this dude, spinning with cleansing up just to keep that amp off. He needs to get rid of that Necro somehow. If he can, well, the duel is still going to be hard, but it's probably the biggest key, the biggest threat here right out of the way. Beautiful stomp. He's got that Sin 1, dude. That Sin is probably FOHPK, but the team knows it. The team knows it, and they're not giving him any space to go after that Sin. However, the Sin could also get slain by Teeth from the Necro if Bick is just spamming Teeth all over the map. Probably a good idea right now, knowing that your opponent is on hams, right? You blow up all of the pets of the Druid, you could potentially kill the Sin. It looks like they might have. It's possible that the Sin is down. I didn't quite catch it. No, Sin is still up. Sin is still there. Look at that beautiful follow through there from Atlas. Beautifully done from both of those guys. That's exactly what I mean, dude. Atlas setting it up with the Teeth, the Bone Spears or Bone Spirits, and then Toshank getting in there and finishing, dude. Noticing that right there is playing it like you should, man. That is playing as a team. Toshank was watching for his opponent to set these nasty spirit trains up and to blow his opponent's pets up with Teeth. That's exactly what he did, and he did not miss his window of opportunity when it happened. That is playing as a team right there, man. That's what you got to do. And now these guys have a 1-life Sin and a Necro that they have to deal with. Way better, though. Still, that Necro is a pretty key player with amplified damage, though, because Mind Blast is also physical damage. So all of that damage from Mind Blast, it's super annoying in 1v1s. But when you get amplified damage on top of that, man, you're doing a lot more now. That could, if you're not prepared for that, that could come out to about 100+ damage per Mind Blast, and it's stupid. So that's still a threat, man. That's why these guys are still kind of kicking back. And they would be happy getting either one of these guys out of here at this point. It's been an incredible comeback for either player, though, I'll tell you. For this team, for Toshank's team in particular, the camp team, it's been an incredible comeback. And down goes the Sin. Bick takes out the Sin, and now they've just got the Necro. Definitely not an ideal matchup, I would say, for either. Well, certainly not for Toshank. However, both of the Necros are low. All right, so if set up properly here, these guys could two-piece this Necro. We see some residual hits coming in there. Could have just been that he gave up his Wisp. I saw his Oak go down, and I was like, oh man, this guy's gonna get hit. He's going to get hit with some Bone Spirits. Great evasiveness there from Jess. This is extremely hard to do. Oh my god, he had a great stomp there too. It's really too bad. He had a great stomp. Let's see if we can get in there. This is now NVN basically between these two Necros. That's what it's come down to in the Camp v Rush team here. It's come down to NVN and Evil, aka the Stadium PK team, gets there, man. Ekes that one out. Holy shit. That one was a good battle, man. And you see that even in the absence of having their Amazon, when you get a good team comp, people who are very familiar with team duels, a lot of times you'll see them make up for that Zon, much like you did there with Bick and Toshank. Those guys working together and Toshank trying to camp the Necro. Necro almost trying to take the role of the Zon with Bone Spirits, setting up nasty hits like that and trying to capitalize on people coming in. Yeah, nasty, dude. Let's cut back over to Stadium PK's perspective here. I wonder if these guys are still going, still jamming, swapping up teams. Oh man, what a night it is. He played with Wubs today in DFC? Is that Jeff P? Wait, what's Jeff P on? Which one is he on? Is he up in this team duel? Oh, fuck yeah, he is, dude. Let's pop over to him. He's on Stadium PK's team. And you know that if he's on Stadium PK's team, you don't just get on Stadium PK's team randomly. All right? This guy, if he asks to set up a team duel, he doesn't, just need any old random people on his team. He needs the best of the best. So this guy right here, Jeff P, we saw him earlier in the DFC and some nasty Sin skills up against Wubs on the Cold Sork. And come to find out, this guy is no stranger to some team duels here as well. Who the fuck stole my spot? Toshank says. Who's in the game? Who stole his spot, man? What is this? They can't be having Toshank. He's too good. He's too powerful, man. They gotta get him out of there any way that they can, even if that means taking up a random spot, you know? All right, someone bring their ult in. Make sure, doesn't matter, we're down a player. Toshank ain't here. I think that's probably the logic. That's what I would guess. This is some team duels right here, Odin. Yeah, welcome back. This is the first ever team duel event that Stadium PK and team have gone out of their way to organize and to put on a show for the DFC here. And I'm actually so happy that they did. It's very rare that we get to see this. We've tried to set it up and at least try to add some sort of ability to follow team duels to the DFC, right? Like that's I think the biggest challenge right now is the ability to follow a team duel over time, right? It's hard to sign up on a consistent team and rely on so many people in that team being there each week, either to challenge or defend a title or whatnot, or what have you, right? You're now instead of relying on 2 people, you're relying on 4, and then you're also relying on 4 more people from the other team. So that alone makes it really tough. But also tracking that team dynamic over time. If it's a random team, then the team essentially doesn't mean much, right? It's just a random team event. Just kind of explaining the hesitance or the challenges to doing this in the past. What we like to do in the DFC is follow incredibly good players, and in this case, incredibly good teams, right? If it's always like random, there's no story to it. There's no nothing. With 1v1s, I think all of us are a fan of so many players in one way or another. Whether it's Montreana and his creative barb builds and savage barb gameplay, to Punch just being the nastiest, another very creative barb with nasty chaining, aggression, serenity. Like, we all know these players, their strategies, their styles, and it's so easy to follow their journey, right? Even Squigs joining up on the DFC, kicking some ass, working his way into top 10 and having savage bouts between, the top of the top. From that to Hasha to Green Lungs, so many. There's an interesting story to be told, right? The challenge with teams is the inconsistency of teams in so many ways. So that on top of tracking the progress of a team, add that in as well. It's been the biggest challenge to having teams. A lot of people say, why don't we just have teams? It's hard to do it in a unique way that's like different than just some random event. But perhaps that's how it starts. I say the best way to do it, and this is what we said kind of in our group theorizing this, is like, I would love to see teams because I think they're an exciting way to duel. And I think they're very inviting to, they're exciting and inviting to people that might not have done PvP before. It's a whole different way to do it. Super, super cool to watch, super fun. There's a whole different story to tell. But perhaps we just jam it. Perhaps we just do the randoms and just see how it goes, right? Honestly, I can see it maybe going in that direction in the future, where we have one big team event during the stream, and we just have, all right, whoever signs up, you're on teams, whether it's random or whether you got, we'll figure that part out. But yeah, I think that would be at least a cool way to start it. Just do it. Just jam it, right? Just jam it. Let's see it. Let's see how it pans out. Not today. Got my ass kicked on the Sin. Jinshin rocked my shit. No shit, Squigs. Yeah, that's why I saw you signed up on a Sin, but I gave you the option to go Necro because I know Jinshin is a savage player, and you still have to be a very good Necro to take out a Zon. So that's why I gave you the option to go Neck if you wanted to. I'm glad to see you went on Sin, though, because I know that's a class you've been working on, good or bad, and you're just like, look, I want the challenge. That's respectable, man. Yeah, exactly. It's a whole new experience to master. And what you're seeing right here is some great gameplay from our boy Jeff P. Our boy Jeff P. This is the perspective we've dialed into here. And this guy now looks to be the Lone Ranger on this team. He's the Lone Ranger. Curious to see. I hope he doesn't town. I hope he spams the shit out of these guys. But you can kind of see a Necro's role here too. Always keeping the amp up, right? That is the number one job. If you had one job as a Necro in team duels, that's it, right? Keep the amp up. It's single-handedly the most devastating thing you can do that combos so well with everything else that your team is trying to do, right? Keep the amp up. But the other thing is, if you have a really good player like Jeff P here, he can get in, he can break a team up, right? The Necro can actually launch some Bone Spirits at the Zon if you have a camp team, and make the Zon move. The Zon just can't sit there and have the Din camp them if they have a train of Bone Spirits following them. Some beautiful NVN play there from Evil yet again. Just getting in there, dominating. This guy, no stranger to it. Let's cut back over to Toshank here. This guy is like, look, man, all I know how to do is chain lock, chain, and drain. Chain mofos, drain life totals. Looks like Toshank is swapped to a druid here. So we're going to get to see Toshank level skill on a druid as he exacts his role on a team. Now you see, I think this right here, this is, although Toshank is good on just about any class he plays, when it comes to the team dynamic, as we saw in the last matchup, Toshank's inherent desire to aggro people, I think, hurts him as an HDIN player in teams, because HDIN player, you almost have to lates, with the rare exception that you have an opening and you can take it, right? Then you wish you had a Toshank player, right? You wish you had somebody like Toshank that could take advantage of it. But the Din is just really latesing by the Zon, right? Just kind of camping the Zon, making it miserable for anybody to get on the inside. And that is certainly not how Toshank plays. But this right here, this is a whole different class and probably more suiting of Toshank's style. He's going to be looking for these opportunities. He's going to be punishing the Din for straying from the Zon. He's going to be punishing all players who make mistakes. That's basically it right there. That's it. He's keeping a keen eye. Look at this, keeping a keen eye on where these players are. And right there's an opening for the Zon. Now these guys have regrouped. They're all just kind of sitting there in the center. They are camping. They're doing a great job camping. Sitting there in the center, and this team is trying to break that open. Break the team open. But he's got to be careful of the Bard. Beautiful cut there on the Zon. Scores a NATO, wisely gets out. And this is probably another challenge for Toshank, because this guy just literally wants to get in there and chain one player more than another, right? Just wants to end it for somebody. Beautiful play there. Goes right back to the NVD skills that this guy is so well known for, and just takes out Evil. Finally someone able to do it. Very nicely done, and takes out the Din. That is very good. Now that Zon is certainly in trouble. Down he goes. That right there, Toshank MVP in that round. Took out a lot of key players. The thing that the Druid has to watch out for, the one player, is the Barb. Now, certainly he's a little neutered in the beginning part of the duel, especially, you know, if you're playing against Stadium PK style Barb, where he has the shield out, right? Not necessarily ideal for going up against a Druid, can still get the job done, but he's kind of weakened at that point. You can opportunistically stomp if you want to, but it's not advised. You probably won't see, on many occasions, Toshank really go out of his way to get the Barb, unless he just makes it easy for him, right? Unless he just gives him a layup. Oh, no shit. Dude, you and Wolf friends outside the DFC, Nim? That's awesome, man. GG. GG. Two savage melee players getting in there and jamming.
I can't carry him.
Yeah. I got most of LLD Trapper and moved to PoE. Dude, I'm certainly going to no-life PoE, but I'm probably going to give it a little bit. Gonna give it a little bit. I'll probably have to be the type of player that follows a build, learns it. I'm a complete noob going in complete green, dude. When I do it, I'll probably stream it. Toshan getting a nice hit in there versus the Din. That's exactly the window of opportunity he's looking for. He's waiting for the Din to stray a little bit from that Zon, right? And then he's going to just pick his shots. Whichever one seems easier to hit, he's going to go for it. Oh, big hits on the Din player there. Neither one of them going down, but he did take some hammers for his trouble. Let's cut over to Bick, see what this guy's on for this particular match. Maybe. But a load times there. All right, Bick is on the Sin. This is nasty. Bick is on the Sin. Oh, and he gets whirled down by Wiz, a.k.a. the Atlas. Damn, son. Let's cut over to Atlas, see how this guy's doing. This guy on the Barb over here. We're going to get to see a Barb roll. Atlas going from Druid on the Rush team to Barb on the Camp. And as you can see, this guy just constantly leaping around, and there it is. Right at the opportune time. Now their Zon is down. He's going to swap. And he's constantly leaping, right? You see this. Even from way on the outside, he's stunning these guys, right? It's going to be very good for his Necro teammate here to either grab a name lock or actually score some hits. Pushes the Druid outside of his pets, leaving him potentially open to some Bone Spirits, but not that time, man. Absolutely savage play from these guys. Let's see what Stadium PK ended up on for this match. These guys getting, oh my God, he's on his Zan. He's on the Zan. Stadium is on the Zan, man. Okay, this is something we haven't seen in a long time. TMC slapping hard, yeah. Wiz is Barb main, no shit. Is that, so Atlas is Barb main? Holy shit. Yeah, he played pretty well, man. And you could see he was playing his role amazingly. In a 1v1, you would see a Barb kind of hunting his prey, right? Aggressively teleporting around, trying not to give his opponent too much space. I wouldn't say they're trying to do the exact opposite of that in teams, but they're doing that, but instead of teleporting around, they're leaping around their team. So they're kind of turning their focus towards their team to leap people out of there, to punish people who try to capitalize on the Zon. If the Druid goes in after the Zon, the Barb's coming after him. He's big support. Barb is big support early on. Leap to the Barb is like amp to the Necro. If you have one job, if you have one thing you're doing on the Barb and you know nothing else, right? You're just trying to learn, leap. All right? Leap by nothing else. If nothing else, just leap. And look at this, some beautiful Bone Spirits from who is on the opposing team there? Is that Wraith? Beautiful Bone Spirits, and you could see what that did to Stadium. It forced him to move. It made him so he couldn't quite sit there, post up, and start draining shots across the moor. He needed to stay mobile, needed to stay on his feet, and that's the catch. When you have a Necro that gets in there, look at this. He now has to keep moving. He's now repositioning, and his whole team has to adapt to this, right? The Din has to follow, has to keep readjusting, and just doing that, just having those Bone Spirits, regardless of whether they hit, it makes openings on the Camp team. Hopping on for a match with Lamp, some SVS, LPC, GG. Thanks for the heads up, man. All right, Camp team winning here. These guys have done a great job. You notice that in this Camp team here, it's been very rare that the Din has not been so close to Stadium on his Zon, right? Always, it almost looks like the Din is trying to hammer his own teammate, right? Like just undercutting the Zon on his own team, throwing hammers. Nope, he's not confused. What he's trying to do is just have a hammer field protection right in the way of other characters that would cut that exact angle, right? Of the characters that would try to undercut the Zon like that would close the distance, such as the Druid, the Barb, all of this. He's trying to cut that angle. He's trying to protect the Zon. He's trying to camp the Zon. And this is big right here. It's now down to, it looks like a Druid and possibly a Necro on the opposing team. Nope, down goes Evil. That was on the Camp team, so they've lost their Necro. This is very important because now they're going to lose Amp. Stadium has a very limited window of opportunity here to score some damage with that residual amplify damage up. You can see TMC going in the corner already, trying to get rid of this amp. Scores a nice NATO there. Yeah, and they have a Necro and a Druid left on their team. That is very bad, because if that barb now needs to protect this Zon. Needs to get in there, do that, just leap, right? Leap, boom. At least they got each other, man. Stadium and Wraith both drop each other with that jab and that spear. Holy shit. All right, let's cut over to Jeff P. This guy was on the Necro. This guy's on Evil. Oh, man. This guy. Yeah, this is insane. There's always a lot going on, man. And it can be pretty hard to follow the action swap in between, because, dude, I never know who's still alive based on their character name and shit. So you'll have to forgive me if we swap to a screen that is blank, someone's in town. I'm going to cut over to Stadium, though, for this, because he's basically the key of this camp team. And to really help you understand, people that might not have seen this before, to help you understand what a camp team looks like, well, you can kind of see it here, right? You've got a perfect team comp. You've got the Din throwing hammers. Again, you know that protects the Zon. You've got the Necro, one job, keep that amp up, make those arrows hurt, right? But then, if the Din goes down, the Barb still has the ability to kind of protect, right? To protect with leap, to cut the angle, to punish people who stomp the Zon, right? Those guys have a very specific role. The Barb right now is just pure support, right? Support, and as long as the Barb or the Din are around the Zon, it's going to be real hard to get in on the Zon. And the cool thing about both of these players here is the Atlas on the Barb and whoever's on the Din, these guys are rarely far away from the Zon. They're doing a great job at protecting, but so far, look at this. Holy shit, TMC gets in there with a nasty stomp, sees his opening, and isn't even messing around. Let's cut over to Atlas. This guy on Barb main. This is still the camp team. Oh shit, down he goes. These guys are getting throttled. What has happened? All right, let's cut over to Toshank. He's probably at the source of this. He's probably just piecing these guys up. TMC, I believe, is Toshank, right? I recognize that name. Yeah, he says, good duels, man. So it looks like the Rush team won that one. Look at this. Toshank showing off the account here. Some nasty, nasty tunes. So many level 99s. Absolutely insane, man. By the way, thank you guys so much for showing off the team duels. That shit was nuts. So glad we got to see it, man. Crazy. Boys, let's get over there for some Sork v Sork violence. LPC versus Lamp. It's friggin' time. And here we go. In this corner, we've got LPC. This guy is good on a variety of different sorceresses here. But we know Lamp's preference. We know his preference. He has the ability to play Fire Sword, but this guy is at home on a Cold Sword. You think it's discouraging to play against Root on an LLD Cold Sword. Try going up against Lamp on an HLD one. This guy, whole new level of tilt. In search of BM FFA, dude, I actually think that would be pretty cool. I've been doing that a lot in pub games. I mean, they often turn to BM anyway, so a lot of times people just FFA. It's harder for people to BM if the game is FFA anyway. Like, if you just have some sort of good-mannered FFA, it's harder for, like, just a random PK at the end of a duel where you said go and good duel and all of this. If it's just all FFA, it's hard to really predict what's going on. You know, you just don't camp the person that got killed as they're going out to their body, and then the BMer goes out, but then everybody just can turn on the BMer. There's no expectation that you have to go up against your opponent alone. Like, those are some of the best pub games I've seen so far. Is just like random FFA. If someone's dead, let them get their body, and other than that, just chuck hams, FOH, smite, do whatever you got to do. Spam bone spirits, whatever you do. Just seems to be like the best way to go. BM teams, then yeah. Yeah, BM teams is pretty fun, man. Last time we did that was on Barricade stream. You remember that? The Hell at the Forge, man. That shit was crazy. That was a fun time. The mic before it becomes a problem. These battery lives. This is what allows us to go to hell and back, you know, and not have to bring the whole setup with us. You're allowed to get corpse, but once everyone dies, other team wins. We had talked about something like that too, Brody. We talked about like some sort of BM team setup. I honestly thought it was probably the funnest way to do teams. It was, I think one night it was like me, Sound, and just a bunch of people dicking around in a, I think it started out as a pub game, but we were all just dicking around. And what we ended up doing was, it was very similar to that, where the team would win when the other team was completely locked out, right? Like when they couldn't get their bodies, like when it was all done, right? Like you couldn't get your body. You guys are all locked in town. Like you could NK, you could do anything, but the team was still alive as long as they could get their body and come back online. And the goal was just to lock the other team in town. And as soon as that happened, I think it was like a minute timer is what we had. Then if the timer expired and everybody was in town or couldn't or didn't have their body, I think is how it was, then the other team won. Yeah, I thought it was pretty fun, dude. Yeah, not a bad way to do it, man. Not a bad way to do it. Let me see here. Fix this. Let me see. All right, there we go. Cooley voice. Just looking for the right window here. All right, there we go. I think this is good. Gotta fix this, you know? Got to fix it. It was supposed to be on Join the Stream, but I think these guys hopped into Cooley Voice. I was trying to reset this. I think I figured out a good way to get it so that I can swap back between this and not always have to mess with the window of what it should be looking at if we go to teams. Usually Bill should be figuring this out, but I mean, you know, do him a favor every once in a while. You know, we'll cut him some slack. Doesn't happen often, but kind of sounds like control points in some first-person shooter games. Yeah, basically it's what it is. Like it's like King of the Hill almost, you know? Like you have an area, you defend it, the other team can't get their body. You win. Yeah, I set up a timer and everything for it just in case. It's crazy. We need to swap somewhere else, Cooley. No, I think you're good, dude. No, you're good. We figured it out. All right, these guys jamming it? Are they jamming it? Are they slamming it? It's going to exit out on my tune here. Save the frames.
Hello.
Damn, son, this is sick. Oh yeah, that's also something I forgot to mention there, Stadium. Thanks for throwing that out there. Yeah, I wasn't sure how these guys were doing it on this team, or in this scrimmage, but yeah, usually there's a time limit with a Zon, and if the Zon stays alive for X amount of minutes, the camp team wins. Right, so like it's a very interesting concept. The rounds aren't going to go on for hours, right? Like they're not going to go on for hours in Rush v Camp. Kind of a cool concept. Yeah, G, F, and G's, man. Stadium, thank you so much for putting that together, man. That was really cool. Excellent experience. I would love to see some more of that, dude. If so, I would probably need some help, man. And I think you're perfect dude to do it. If you guys If you guys want to jam some team duels, Rush v Camp, bro, I'm always down for it. We'll make it happen any week you want to do it, and then we'll try to figure out a more consistent way to get signups for it or whatnot. Try to figure out a better, more consistent way to do it. But yeah, regardless, dude, that was cool shit. Would love to see that, man. As often as you want to do it, we're here for it. Hey, thanks, man. I tried. I'm still learning a lot about team duels too. So yeah. Bro Shank, Toe Shank is the GOAT. Look at this Toe Shank fan base. This guy, reigning, dominant, defending DFC champion. What is that? 12 times now. Holy shit! I think that right there was an LPC win. This guy is no stranger to SVS. I mean, this guy has a lot of experience on Sorceress in general. We've seen this from some of his first duels versus some of the nastiest top players in the DFC. You could tell that this guy had a clutch understanding of not only the gear and the swaps that he needs for the matchup, but the strategy that he needs to take. Seeing him adapt his game plan when he went up against Punch, when he knew that Punch was absorbing his residual meteor damage and focusing more on actually aiming his fireball and being successful with it, that was so crazy to see. We knew right from that moment, we're like, this guy is a Sorc player. And as you can tell here, he's got his obsession out. Lamp doesn't even look like he has an obsession. Is he even a real sorceress? What is this guy? He's not even a real sorceress. He doesn't have an obsession. What is this? You can tell these nasty SVS players, these guys that compete in the SVS ladder and stuff, it's very, very common to see them with the obsession rune word. A lot of these newer rune words slowly working their way into relevance, as I say, some of them in PvP. And this is one of them, man. Obsession certainly has a very, very crucial spot. You're not really running Obsession anywhere else, even though there is a benefit to doing it. You're not really doing it in any other form of PvP, because you're just so wide open. You're going to get charged down. You're just asking to get hit by a barb or a din or anything. But also you're giving up Hodo. You're giving up the Oak Sage. There's a lot of things that you're sacrificing for this. However, the big bonus to it is that the potential for higher damage is there. If you're a Fireball Sorceress, I would almost promise you that LPC's Obsession staff here, as a decorated SVS player that he is going to have Fire Mastery on it and Fireball, right? +3 to Fire Mastery, +3 to Fireball. So therefore, knowing that this has a core +4 to skills, you essentially have +7 to Fireball, which is better than +5 from Spirit and Hodo. Big hits there from Lamp. And now we might see LPC back off a little bit. Lamp getting the best of him, capitalizing on this red herring approach that Lamp is so famous for, capitalizing on the aggression of other players. This guy has made a career out of it. This is the type of guy that in pub games, he has been bullied. This guy has been bullied by the savage chain lockers so much that he is so aware of the aggression. He's so aware of when you're going to stomp, where you don't want these blizzards to be, and how to punish you for getting a little too up in his face. This guy has gone from bullied to badass. Yeah, also the res too. Yeah, it's a very good spot to get your res. It's not to say that you couldn't get better res in some regards with Hodo and Spirit. I think to some degree you can, because Hodo can have up to 40, Spirit will have 35 to most of them. So there's 75 versus the 65 or 70 that's on Obsession. So technically, yeah, I mean the resistances are good too, but it isn't like there's a clear advantage to that over Hodo and Spirit. But there certainly is with the damage. And also, I think mana regen also big. Mana boost is also big. But still, Spirit kind of handles a lot of that. Hodo also does have a bonus to mana. Big hits there from Lamp, and he takes down LPC, now 1-1. Yeah, precision and reaction time. It's a good point, Brody, and also just, you know, you'll also see in SVS the people who know how to chain and know the perfect timing to chain.
Yes.
You'll see those players shine, and that's, I guess that's kind of what I meant when we're looking here at LPC. This guy is a decorated, experienced SVS player right here, climbing the SVS ladder. This guy knows what's up. You see this guy hunting for the name locks, hunting for the chains, and that's where you see Lamp punishing him for it, right? This is what I mean. This guy, Lamp, is no stranger to this hyper-aggression from people. He's seen it a lot, right? The hyper-aggressive duelers jumping all over him, not just physically in game, but metaphorically, right? Shit talking his style, saying, "Oh, what a garbage player. All you do is telly." Well, I'm telling you, man, he has developed his way of teleporting based on escaping danger, right? And capitalizing on over-aggression of other players. Beautiful lock there, but again, a nice blizzard waiting for him right there from Lamp as he gets on the inside. Lamp has this sixth sense for when you've got him locked, dude. Just like Doombringer used to be back in the day, he would have this sixth sense for when you had him locked. It was like, okay, yep, I teleported in a little too much. I noticed that my opponent isn't moving. They're not teleporting around. I'm probably locked. I'm going to see what I can do to punish them for this. You know, and you just saw it there with Lamp. Sets up a blizzard and just acts like he's just looking for an angle, and boom, there just happens to be a blizzard right there because he knows you've got him locked. So you've got to be sneaky about it, man. 200 FCR specs, so fun. Are any of these guys 200 FCR, I wonder? It's probably pretty hard to do it in SVS. A lot of times they're probably prioritizing the damage. I'm not sure how big of a benefit 200 FCR is in SVS. Is it a huge one? Does anybody know? Holy, look at that. LPC gives Lamp a little bit of his own taste of his own medicine there. He says, all right, I see what you're doing. I see you're just going around in a circle here. I'm not gonna chase you. I'm gonna cut you off. 200 FCR is a huge advantage, especially versus cold. No shit. Okay, yeah, that's right, because they have the cooldown, right? Wow, okay, GG. It looks like he is casting very fast here. LPC casting extremely fast. He could be on 200 FCR. Hard telling. The faster these frames get, man, you never know. All right, let's cut over to Lamp, dude. Let's see how this is looking. All right, Lamp over here setting up these blizzes. Let's see the strategy. It looks like he has a lifer armor here. He's probably gone full Sunder, dude, like full minus res. And neither one of these guys going ES, and there's a big reason for that. If you go ES, essentially your resistance is capped. It's a bit nerfed, right? But if you give up ES based on the rules, you're afforded a lot more resistance. You can now actually stack up over 75 res if you want, especially with cold rules. I'm not sure if these guys have agreed on a different SVS rule set, but like your cold stack becomes higher. If you're an ES Sork, you can't stack it that high. You know, there's a lot of reasons. A lot of them boil down to resistance. Some say that an ES Sork has less survivability. I don't know if I believe that, all else being equal. I think it really depends on the player, but it certainly does suck to get blasted with a fireball in particular, and you're basically just, you're out of mana. You can't do anything. You can't go anywhere. And especially if you can't use, oh my god, and down goes Lamp again. Especially if you can't use mana pots as an ES Sork, right? Like that's also a big thing. Now I believe it's 2-1 in favor of LPC. Or 3-1 possibly. 3-1, yep, yeah, that's what it is. 2700 HP, LOL. Yeah, usually, dude, it's not even uncommon to see, like, nasty SVS players. This actually blew my mind the first time I saw this. I saw a Sorceress player, much like LPC here, with 4,000 base life on a Sorceress. That blew my mind. I didn't even know it could get that high. I was like, this is wild, man. Totally opened my mind up to the SVS setups. and some of them can get even higher. It's crazy, man. But that is a lot of life on a sorceress. And when you're talking about a mage-like duel here, where you're casting a bunch of magic spells at each other from a distance, usually, taking more hits is always better, right? Being able to sandbag more damage and still be alive is clutch. And look at this. Look at this. LPC kicking back. He says, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not chasing you. I'm low. You come in and finish. This is how it goes. This is how it is. And now Lamp trying to get in there. Lamp also low, but he scores yet again another hit from Blizz here. LPC backing off a little bit. He's going to try to catch him coming in. He's literally turning the tables on Lamp here. He's trying to do what Lamp does, because now Lamp is in a spot where he could get aggressive and finish this. Right now, LPC is one Blizz. He's one Blizz, so this is going to be a big incentive for Lamp to get in there and drop one on him. And he's going to try to punish him coming in. But you see, I have personally dueled Lamp and SVS like this, and I'll tell you, he knows how to manage that distance from afar. When you think that you're just going to catch him running down the side with a fireball, putting it right in front of him, dude, he's one step ahead of you. Yeah, Lamp coming back. Now 3-2, still in favor of LPC, but man, Lamp trying to make a big comeback. Opportunistically aggressive. You might also see the choice here of LPC using a lot of ethereal gear. He has ethereal Viper Magi. He's got his ethereal Arachnid Mesh. Does anybody know why they choose to do that in SVS? Any takers? Why is this gear ethereal? This is going to break. What's going on? The answer to that is lower requirements, style points. The answer is it's actually not going to break. When you take, elemental damage can't break. It can't actually reduce the durability of your gear. So it is sort of style points, and it is lower requirements. Both of those are good. I think it's more for style points, but it can't break. If you just have a committed SVS character, the elemental damage is not going to break your gear. Now, if you get one of those cheese sorks, using that bow with poison, well, that might do the trick, but who does that? I don't know. I mean, I do, but yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, elemental damage cannot reduce durability on an item. So if you're getting hit with fireball or blizzard or lightning or whatnot, you're never going to lose the durability on any of your items. Look at this. Lamp kicking back in a corner. Lamp friggin' leads in a corner over here. Just saying, all right, man, we'll friggin' come down here and teleport into my blizzard, why don't you? Why don't you come right down here and teleport right into my blizzard? I'll be in the corner. Yeah, and Lamp is going to try to make LPC chase him across the map is what he's going to try to do. Doesn't really belong in a corner with this. I don't think there's going to be, unless you sense that someone's probably going to stomp you, it's not a horrible idea to get into a corner. Yeah. Look at this. LPC calling him out. He's like, hey. Lamp makes everyone chase him, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, even in SVS. But then again, I mean, sometimes there's reasons to make people chase you. If you're low like that, you never know, man. That's when sorks run. That's when the aggressor becomes aggressive, right? This getting in the corner and just dropping Blizz is kind of gay, though, not gonna lie. Definitely would consider it latesing, especially with rep. So he's got to watch out for that. You can go in the corner, but only if you're getting locked. There's a strategic time to go in the corner, right? There is a very strategic time to do it. If your opponent is, you think they have you locked or something, it's very smart because they're going to be launching fireballs from across the map, and you don't want to get hit by them, right? Don't want to get hit by them, so you get behind the corner. But then if they do stomp you, you have a Blizz waiting for them. It's kind of smart, but if you're just going back and forth between, corner to corner, just dropping them. Like, you got to get up out of there. If you ever see that, I know this has been a problem for some people. If you ever see it, yeah, like right now, this is kind of ridiculous. Just don't be afraid to call it out. I'm sure most mods would agree that if you have a cold sort going in a corner and just dropping blizz, ain't nobody want to see that. That'd be a warning.
I'm overburdened.
Should hard push one fireball. Let's go. Yeah, right now he's trying to whittle him down with firewall, which is good because it lights the whole map on fire too. Yeah, now both of these guys are low. Look at this shit. All right, now 3-3. All right. Let me see. I'm going to go in here. Oh, no, I just shut my shit down. That's all right. We'll just say, yeah, no more corner lates. We see it once, it's a warning. We see it again, it's going to be a DQ. All right? We got to call it. We don't want to set that as a precedent. Can confirm driving and watch DFC is living life on the edge. Yeah, dude, we just got nasty snowstorms up here in the north, too. I feel you. That's okay. You can chase people into mana. That mana pool is... There's no rules about a mana pool. Theoretically, in the DFC, you don't see it happen often. But someone could just theoretically drink the fucking mana and be like, all right, let's duel. They could theoretically do it. It's usually not fun for anybody, but... They don't have to let you grab mana. They don't have to let you grab it. They don't have to let you bow. Not an excuse to go lates in the corner, though. All right, here we go. Now, you see, the big win here, I think, for Lamp is that he might have tilted LPC a little bit. He might be in LPC's head a little bit. LPC is going to have to reset, and he's going to have to treat it like it's real top-tier SVS, man, because I'll tell you, if there's one thing that Lamp is good at, it's getting in the mind of his opponents. He got hit with something there, but it's hard to tell. It might have been the residual, like, chilling armor or something. Really hard to tell what LPC got hit right there, but it didn't hurt. Surprising. Froze him, but didn't hurt. I think it might have been chilling armor. I would have to guess something. Now LPC backing off a little bit. I say good. Yeah, he's hit. Make Lamp come in. All right, watch the corner, Lamp. Watch that corner. We don't want to see you in that from all the way on the outside. Especially his opponent is low here. No reason he needs to be in the corner. Oh my God, big hits from LPC. Oh man, he's waiting for it. He's waiting. Both these guys just waiting. Let's kick over to Lamp here. See how this guy's doing. Dude, nice blizzes there, man. That's how you have to do it. You have to get in there, be quick, and gone. This is exactly what Root was doing in LLD. It's so tough to deal with, man. If you're good at dropping that blizz on your opponent, closing the distance, getting in, all Lamp really has to do here is just not get caught in a fireball train. right? Like, that's it. That's it. Just close the distance and not get caught in it. All right, Lamp, you got to come out of the corner, man. Last warning. It's the final round, so a DQ would end it. Oh, man, see, he lands a blitz. See, this is how to do it. That's the way in, man. That's the way in. That's what he's got to do. See, this is how he's got to do it. This is how he's got to play this. I almost think he's like scared to approach because of the fireball trains and the accuracy of LPC, which is true, but it's just something you got to deal with. Just something you got to be quick on. Just something you got to do. Just get up in there. All right, that's it. That's it, bro. We said no corners. We said no corners. LPC wins it. I would be staying way the fuck out of those corners if I was you. We're going to call it a DQ. We're going to give it to LPC.
DFC 138 Lamp can't borrow my chainsaw.
Can't borrow my chainsaw now? What the fuck? There was no man in the corner. You just bowed for like the 7th time in a minute. There was no man in the corner. Put it this way. How about this? We're cutting the map. Let's do it this way. I think this is more fair. Let's cut the map. I think this is more fair. To the corner above the den. Do you see what I mean? Like, do you see the den? And then you have like the map that has no real corners in it. There is still corners. All right. So don't go in them. No more corner lates unless you really need to. And by that, I mean, if I fucking don't see LPC on your screen and you're in the corner, it's going to be over. All right. But we're cutting the map above the den. I think that's just a better way to do it. It's fair. If I see you in any of those corners, it's over. Oh, it looks like LPC already left. Yeah. Well, I'm cool with it either way. He's coming back, but like, dude, I would totally be cool with a map cut. Redoing the round, both players low. I think it's a more fair way to do it. It feels better. But dude, any corner lating, that's it. Like, it's just over at that point. Now, granted, like I said, there are times, but if I were you, I would pretend that there's not times. All right, like just pretend that there's not times, and just get in there and drop it. I would pretend there is no reasonable occurrence where you ever should be in the corner. Yeah, I did call DQ, so my apologies on it. I think a more fair way to do this is to cut the map and to say no more corners. No more corners at all. If I would be surprised to see Lamp use the corner properly. All right, I probably wouldn't say anything, but a good general rule of thumb: no corners. Just stay right out of them. If you feel yourself like shit, I need to get in this corner, like arrows are chasing you or something, just know that there's no arrows. LPC does not have arrows on his sword. They're not chasing you. He goes to drop mana in corner. All right, well, look, have your mana, but if you drop a blizz in that corner, That's it. I'm outlining it very clearly. Grab your mana wherever. You drop a Blizz in that corner, it's fucking over. If there's a very small chance that you've done it in a proper defensive way. All right, just don't do it. Just stay out of the corner. Stay out of the freaking corner. So it's going to be above. It's going to be like the it's hard to show, but like on my screen, can you guys see my cursor? You see this map cut right here? It's like in this area. You see what I mean? So like technically where you are right now would be out of bounds, Lamp. You see what I mean? Like, does that make sense to you guys? That one right there. So there's technically this corner here and this corner here. Just stay right out of those. Just stay right out of them and stay above that line. Don't even come close to the den. We're going to have an epic showdown. Epic SVS showdown. Let's fucking get it. Let's do this right, boys. Yeah, I hate to take a win from Lamp like that because I know that there is a reason sometimes to be in there. I just think Lamp overdoes it. Like, I think his mind is in the right place. He's just way overdoing it. It's like this line. It's like the wall before the den. All right, yeah. So like that shrine is a good point. Like, yeah. Like that shrine is a good out about. Like if you go past the shrines, the final shrine, that's it. I mean, this is technically good for both players because the Blizz AoE is pretty insane. Like, pretty insane here. But also, there's a lot of fireballs. There's... LPC could light the map on fire with Firewall. It gets pretty insane. And he's already connected with a pretty nasty Blizz here. See, this is how he's got to play it. This is what I mean. I think he overdoes sometimes the defensiveness. He doesn't need to. He has the skill and the ability to get in there and close the distance. We've seen him do it multiple times. There you go. See, he thought about it. He thought about the corner, and he's out of it. He's like, all right, no, I got this. I know how to do this. So look at this. He's in no threat of any damage here. No threat. He hasn't been connected on at all. He's good. Just needs to get in there and drop that Blizz, man. That's it. Look for the name lock even. Oh, nice stomp there from LPC. Now returning some fire. He strafed to the corner. Dude, yeah, I think that's impressive too, Bruno. Like, I love that he doesn't let it get to him. I mean, to be fair, sometimes the haters have a point, right? But I think Lamp is a good guy. He means well. Dude, when you play on a cold sorceress, right, I think you naturally have a defensive bone in your body that you rely on, right? Lamp, I think the only thing separating him from God tier on this sorceress is that sometimes he doesn't notice that. He doesn't notice that he's far better than he believes. Like, he's far better on this Sorc than he believes. So sometimes he'll defer to overly defensive play. So they do have a point, but they often discount it to say he's a trash dueler, which is also not true. Big hits from LPC yet again in a nice chain. Oh my God, and there it is. GG's. LPC gets there. Damn, son. Good duel. Good duel. Yeah, sorry for a little bit of confusion there. Appreciate you guys cutting the map like that. Thank you so much, LPC, for coming back. I know that was a little confusing, so thank you for that. And nicely done. I think that was way better. Way better. Yeah. But dude, the way Lamp was playing right there, I think he was getting a little scared after he took some damage. Dude, he just needs to believe in himself. I think that's literally the only thing separating him from being like God tier, from shutting up all the haters. Is just that when he gets in trouble sometimes, like I said, you'll have that defensive bone in your body, right? As a cold Sork player, that's what you'll want to do. You'll want to kind of run and let him run into the blitz because you know it's going to be a big KO, right? You know it's going to be a big hit. But it's also a big hit if they think you're going to run and you didn't, and then you just landed it right on top of them. You know, and we've seen him do it. Like, that's the thing. He is a really good cold Sork player. Just got to believe in himself a little more. Just got to be like, yeah, all right, you know what? I am a really good player. These guys are hyper aggressive, but you know what? I'm better. My timing is better. My placement of this blizz is better. I think this, as soon as he realizes that and leans into it, this guy's going to be unstoppable. We have seen some duels take place in burial grounds. It's a weird place for Sorks to duel. It's a weird place to duel in general. Nothing beats the moor, man. All right, so this right here is Clint v. Root, I believe. This is Clint v. Root. Clint on the Barb, Root on the Drew. His signature. This is the build that made him famous right here. The name that he had back on LOD. This guy is a savage. He's gone for the trifecta here tonight. Back in style, in fashion, right? Melee match, wins the DFC LLD title. Now goes on HLD here, and certainly giving Clint a little bit of trouble here on his Barb. Root is limited to 50% block versus the Barb here. But you can see Root's style. You remember what he was doing on the Druid in LLD? Notice how he's not stomping, right? He's kind of baiting you in. He's just stalking you on the screen. Very odd positioning to like get used to for any character, especially when you're looking to stomp him, right? When you're looking to close the distance and you're like, is he ready for this? Is he going to stomp me? Like, what's going on here? Root always keeps you guessing. Like, he has such an awkward style, and it's a very adaptive one too. Like, you're always guessing what he's going to do. It's so strange, man. Hard to articulate, but when you think you're safe, you're not. Yeah, LPC, man. Good duels. It came right down to the wire, 3-3. I think there was fair criticism that, Lamp was kind of cornering it a lot in some of the other rounds. But dude, good Sork play on behalf of both of them. Like, I think Lamp does do a great job of getting in the mind of his opponent, and trying to stay one step ahead of him. And like, dude, his blizz placement, like, is just top tier. You got to figure that's like his big attack. That's the way that he just fells so many people, is blizz placement. Right? It's like just imagine someone who's practiced that, who's studied people's patterns, typical patterns of aggressive players, and just knows where to drop that blizz. He's so good at it, right? Like I said, I think the only downfall sometimes is he doesn't have confidence in that himself. He doesn't, he'll back off a little bit and be like, all right, well, I can always go back to this comfort zone. And sure, sometimes it's like we were saying, there's times where you can do it. I saw a clip of a duel versus, I think it was Dazer, this weekend, and he was kind of doing the same thing in the corner, but the difference is it was perfectly justified. Like, the Zon was on the screen, and it's hard to tell if there was guideds coming after him. Like, it's hard to tell if there was multis he was escaping, like resetting the oak. He wasn't there for too long. Perfectly okay. The Zon was pressuring, and Dazer just had a perfect angle on him, even on the corner. It's just like, by being in the corner, you're probably doing yourself a disservice here. See, this is what I mean. A beautiful turnaround there and stomp by Root. You never know what he's going to do. Let's get over to his standpoint here. Yeah, exactly. And he's also running a cold Sork. I don't think we've ever seen anybody run a cold Sork in DFC that didn't even quit on it very soon, or that just wasn't hated in just about every duel that they were in. Right? Everybody talking about, like, oh, back in the days of Doombringer and stuff, he was so much different. People hated on him too. Like, if you could have seen the duels at the time, they were hating on him too. It was like, oh, this was such a gay play style and all of this. It's like they were hating on him too, man. Like, there's It wasn't like people were cheering the Cold Stork on. It's a very hated class, I would say.
Good day.
Oh yeah, Bruno, I think you should do it, man. I don't know why you would hate it. People, alternatively, people on Oridins have actually been, I remember we've had some of them in the past, have actually been pretty celebrated. The challenge with an Oridin is, first of all, you can't necessarily go up against a fire-based character that way if you're like a Dragon Din, let's say, or a lightning-based one if you're a Tesla Din, but all because your resistance is going to be too high. However, the challenge with any sort of Oridin like that is maintaining pressure and not lating. Because if all you do is charge around with your aura and just, you know, charge away, charge away, charge away, it's like, it's easily considered late stooling. It's, I mean, practically in the definition. Like, only passive attacks going off, like, it's exactly it. Yeah, and you saw that happen a lot in their duel too. Like that self blizz, man, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. And so far, Root is up here in this very tough duel. You can see that he has gone. Has he gone 50% block with Spirit? Holy shit! For massive FHR, I think he's using Spirit and COA for like massive FHR. He's guarding these puddles quite a bit. Oh no, he's gone 9% block. This dude, he's got no block. If Clint can get in there, man, he could seriously punish. I mean, hell, even some nasty Zerk locks. It looks like he's prioritized the FHR though. You can tell that from the COH, from the Spirit. Like, he's just making sure that he doesn't get stunned for too long on a leap. Right? Or even on a whirlwind. But yeah, every time Clint gets in here, man, he's able to just, like, he's connecting at will. But the big challenge is getting through those pets. Yeah, keep that leech right up, man. That's what you got to do. Keep the leech up and get in there and punish. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I'm pumped that Root has gone no block for this because I really don't think you need it in this matchup. I think that's why we limited it for the Druid. I think there was a lot of subpar Druid players that were relying on 75 block at one point, and it's almost like the reason why it was capped on the Necro, especially versus Zon. It's like, it's an easy, cheesy way to do it for people who are not good on that class to just like cheese out a win and, you know, make it extremely hard for someone who's even good on the class. But truth be told, you really don't need it. And Root is showing that off here. Like, he's showing that you really don't need it. Look at this play style. He's kind of harassing from the outside, baiting a stomp, knowing that the Barb player has to come in and opportunistically stomping himself, you know? Like, he's playing Toro with the bull right here, man. He's playing Matador. He's chucking these NATOs. He's trying to get him to come in and take them just like that and get out of the way right at the last second. And there it was, man. Beautiful gameplay there from Root. Savage Druid player. Not just an LLD, but this is the build that made this guy famous, man. This guy is venerated, highly venerated Druid player right here. He used to call me daddy. Oh, shit. With punch on that Barb. Damn, son. Yeah, me and Root played this matchup for years on LOD. Dude, that's so nasty. Yeah, he ain't no stranger to it, dude. That's for sure. You could tell he had the experience there. For damn sure, man. Holy shit, man. Violence. Is there no one else? Oh man, is there no one else? What a friggin' night, man. What a friggin' night. I'll give people a couple of minutes here in case anybody else hops in, but I think it looks like it's pretty much died down back in there, but holy shit. This has been crazy, man. From team duels to new title holders, congrats to Root, man. I'm glad we took that back and actually did a good duel with that. Like, actually had a good one. Because this guy is a savage player, and I would hate for that to be overshadowed by all my salt. But it's Look, you got to play by the rules, all right? You want to take down the champ. You got to play by the rules. And this guy did. He's just like, all right, you know what? I got more classes. Let's fucking do this, man. Stepped in, fucking jammed it. That was savage. That was good, man. Very good duels. New LLD DFC champion, and so good to see this guy back. Melee, HLD, everything. Toe shank. Who's going to stop this guy, man? That's the question. Who is going to stop the reigning, defending, dominant DFC HLD champion? Not even sure if it can be done. I don't know. I don't know who's going to do it. But boys, wow. This has been it's been a crazy night. Appreciate you guys for joining me. Let's get out of here, right? Shall we? Let's do it. Boys, as always, DFC is life. Thanks for joining on a Friday night. You guys are the best. More jamming and slamming next week, man. It's going to be here sooner than you think. And then the day after, we have a ladder reset for Season 9 on D2R. Holy shit! What a time it is to be alive. Guys, thank you so much. What a great night of fights. I'll see you in the Discord if you're not already there. Have a great weekend. Peace.